Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice to see you here at the Nordic House for this event, where we are taking a close look at the relationship between India and Iceland. It is my honor and privilege to introduce to you the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland, Þorgerður Katrín Gunnarsdóttir.
Thank you, Pia, Ambassador Ravindra, and dear friends. It's good to start the day, this wonderful day, here in the Nordic House. I'm so happy to be able to address you on this very fine, but also cold morning, on this occasion to open this good conference on India-Icelandic relations in a changing world. And yes, my dear friends, it is indeed a changing world, more volatile, more unpredictable, where the values of democracy, human rights, and rules-based international order are consistently under threat. It is in times like these that it is more important than ever for the democracies of this world to come together to protect the values they hold so dear and form the basis of their prosperity. Iceland looks to India as a very important welcome, dear Ambassador from Poland. Good to see you. No, you are not. It's fine. It's good to see you. Yes, like I said, Iceland looks to India as an important partner as the world's largest democracy. And think about a democracy where polling stations are more than twice as many as the people of Iceland. India's economy is growing at a rapid pace, soon to become the world's third largest economy. Iceland has made concrete steps to be part of that story. The India-EFTA Free Trade Agreement that came into effect last year is a clear signal of all states involved to further the common interest through trade. India and Iceland have frequent high-level engagements, both in Iceland and in India. Just last month, our Minister for Culture, Innovation and Higher Education, my dear friend Logi Einarsson, he was in Delhi for the AI Impact Summit. In Delhi, Logi signed a memorandum of understanding on cultural cooperation between Iceland and India, further cementing our people-to-people bonds. I can report as the Minister for Foreign Affairs that our bilateral relationship is strengthening month by month, ever seeking new avenues to strengthen our bonds, despite our geographical differences and differences when it comes to size and scale. I want to especially congratulate the Embassy of India in Reykjavík and the Institute of International Affairs at the University of Iceland for this initiative to organize this event. I sadly have to leave. I cannot join you here today. I have a 9 o'clock hearing in front of the Foreign Committee, some discussions we are going to have there. But I trust you will have a fruitful discussion here ahead, not least on how we can continue to strengthen our cooperations. I wish you all, dear friends, a day of successful engagement. Enjoy your day and the lovely weather as well.
Our sincere gratitude to Honorable Foreign Minister. Your guidance, advice, and support has been of great value for us in our joint efforts to strengthen India-Iceland relations. Now, I have the honor to introduce Minister of State for External Affairs of India, His Excellency Shri Kirti Vardhan Singh. Minister is a member of Lower House of Parliament. He is the 5th time MP from the Indian state of Uttar Pradesh. Minister also holds the charge of environment, forest, and climate change. Minister visited Iceland in September 2025. Minister is a master's degree holder in geology, and he would be delivering through a video message his remarks. Thank you.
Excellency Þorgerður Katrín Gunnarsdóttir, Foreign Minister of Iceland, Ms. Pia Hansson, Director of the Institute of International Affairs, University of Iceland, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to virtually join the Honorable Foreign Minister of Iceland in opening today's conference on India-Iceland relations in a changing world. Excellency, I fondly remember my visit to your beautiful country last September when we held the second India-Nordic Track 1.5 dialogue. It was an enriching experience and it highlighted the depth of our bilateral ties. India and Iceland share a strong and enduring relationship, grounded in shared values of democracy, rule of law, and openness. Iceland stands as an important partner for India within Europe and the Nordic region. Over the years, our relationship with Europe has deepened and diversified with increasing cooperation in areas such as trade, technology, green energy, sustainable development, connectivity, defense, space, mobility, education, and of course, people-to-people ties. These pillars continue to guide our relationship both at the bilateral level and within multilateral fora. While our formal diplomatic relations date back 54 years, the connection between our peoples stretches much further. I am particularly aware of the remarkable journey of John Olafsson, the Indian Fari, a sailor from Iceland's West Fjords, who journeyed to Tamil Nadu in India in 1622. Our people-to-people and cultural ties have flourished ever since. Our relationship has evolved significantly over time, marked by regular engagement at the political leadership level, including through the framework of the India-Nordic Summit. We are looking forward to a meeting between our Prime Ministers at the upcoming third India-Nordic Summit scheduled to be held in Oslo, Norway in the near future. Excellencies, we now stand at the threshold of a new phase in our relationship. The India-European Free Trade Association Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement, which came into force last October, has created a fertile environment for growth in trade and investment. As one of the world's fastest growing major economies, India offers immense opportunities, and I am confident that our companies will seize these prospects for mutual benefit. We are optimistic that Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement will elevate our partnership to new heights. There have already been notable advancements in key sectors such as geothermal energy, fisheries, and biotechnology. Icelandic companies like ISOR and Workis are playing a pivotal role in helping India harness the potential of geothermal energy in our Himalayan region. In the fisheries sector, Humpty John is manufacturing fishing gear and equipment, marking a significant step forward. Additionally, the contributions of Indian professionals to Icelandic biotech companies like Alvotech are widely acknowledged. Iceland is a key player in the Arctic, a region that holds great significance for India as well. India's scientific research efforts in the Arctic, Antarctic, and the Himalayas provide a strong foundation for our future of collaboration with Iceland in these areas and within the broader India-Nordic framework. Excellencies, we live in an era of rapid change, and the shifting global order presents unprecedented challenges that affect nations worldwide. In such times, it is crucial for like-minded countries to strengthen their partnerships and reduce dependency on any single geographic region. I am confident that India and Iceland can accelerate the growth of our relationship with focus and concerted efforts. I hope today's conference will offer valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead as we work together to build an even stronger partnership. I extend my best wishes to the organizers of this conference. Thank you all.
sitja hérna.
Já, ekki lefa gesturinn að vera hérna, menn þú kannski miðinni og Pía hér. Og
That's me.
there you are. Please.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning, everyone. So the first session of this conference will be has the title Advancing Political Dialogue and Strategic Cooperation, India-Iceland Perspective on Security and Defense. And joining us shortly online will be our ambassador in New Delhi, Benedikt Höskuldsson. We're waiting on him. I will not spend much time on introductions, but just briefly to let you know who's here. So Mr. Monty Khanna is a retired Rear Admiral from the Indian Navy, has had an illustrious career in the Indian Navy and has also served in India's National Security Council. Secretariat, to name among a few things. Then Professor Valur Ingimundarson is, of course, a leading authority on, I would say, Icelandic Cold War history and Iceland's relationship both with the United States and NATO. And then I would reckon everyone in the room knows Ms. Pia Hansson, who is the director for the Institute of International Affairs. And those interested in international affairs know her and the work that the Institute of International Affairs at the University of Iceland does. So I see Benedikt Höskuldsson is online, and he is our ambassador, well, our meaning Embassy of Iceland to India, but also serves as ambassador to Sri Lanka and Nepal. From Delhi, he is a man with many talents, but one of them is his expertise in renewable energies that has come to good use in his work as ambassador to India, and maybe we will touch upon that in a bit. Myself, my name is Þorgerður. I am from the Icelandic Ministry for Foreign Affairs, where I serve as the desk officer to India, so I am quite familiar with India-Iceland relations. So I would perhaps, Benedikt, allow you the chance for opening remarks since you are the furthest away at the moment. So just your thoughts on the topic for this panel. Please, Benedikt.
Thank you, Þorgerður. Colleagues on the dais, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joining you today from New Delhi, and I do hope that what I can offer this panel is not analysis from distance, but observation up close. India is not an abstraction from where I sit. It's a country I watch navigate extraordinary complexities every single day. From New Delhi, you see things differently. You feel the weight of 1.5 billion people and a leadership that is managing relationships with Washington, Moscow, Beijing, Riyadh, simultaneously and without apology. You understand why strategic autonomy is not a slogan here. It's a survival doctrine refined over decades. You also see a country that is changing fast, economically, diplomatically, and in terms of its own sense of its place in the world. The India that signed TEPA, and I will explain TEPA momentarily, with us in 2024 is not the India of 10 years ago. And the India of 10 years from now will be different again. The question for Iceland is whether we are building a relationship that keeps pace with that trajectory, or one that is always catching up. So when I speak today about India-Iceland strategic cooperation, I do so as someone who has a front row seat to the realities India is navigating. The geopolitical pressures, the economic ambitions, security issues, and the remarkable confidence of a nation that has decided it will shape the emerging world order, not merely respond to it. Let me begin with something concrete. In March 2024, India and the EFTA nations, of which Iceland is one, signed the Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement, TEPA, a generational free trade agreement. Iceland was a part of a bloc that committed $100 billion in investment in India over 15 years. Now, this is not a minor bilateral footnote. It's one of the most significant trade agreements India has signed in years. I want to frame TEPA not just as a trade instrument, but as a strategic trust signal. Two democracies, very different in size, finding common economic ground. And economic interdependence, as history shows, is itself a form of strategic stability. Before we can talk about security cooperation in the abstract, we should acknowledge that TEPA has given our relationship a new center of gravity. And that changes what is politically possible between us. This matters for security conversations specifically. Defense cooperation addresses threats, but economic security addresses the conditions that make a country resilient in the first place, reliable supply chains, protected trade flows, and trusted investments. In a world where economic coercion is an increasingly common tool of statecraft, having a partner you can count on commercially is itself a strategic asset. That is what TEPA puts on the table, and it belongs in our conversation, I believe, today. Now, the post-2022 world has seen a fundamental redistribution of geopolitical attention. The war in Ukraine, the fracturing of the old transatlantic consensus, the rise of minilateral grouping, all of this has forced small states like Iceland to ask a hard question. Who are our meaningful partners beyond the traditional axis we have always relied on? The answer increasingly includes India. India's emergence as a leading voice for the global South, its presidency of the G20 in 2023, its ability to maintain dialogue with actors that others have closed the door on, these are no accidents. They reflect a country that has made a deliberate strategic choice to exercise what I would call principled autonomy. Iceland's relationship with India is, for sure, asymmetric in size, but I would argue it is symmetric in values. Both are democracies, both believe in rules-based international order, both are navigating complex great power dynamics, India between the United States and China, Iceland within NATO, but acutely sensitive to Arctic geopolitics involving Russia. We understand each other's constraints, even when we do not always make the same choices. For Iceland, India's growing global role represents a valuable opportunity for deeper engagement. A question worth considering is how countries like Iceland can contribute to strengthening India's link with the broader European security landscape. Iceland is not a member of the European Union, but we are closely reconnected through NATO, through the internal markets of Europe, through the EEA agreement, and our recently signed EU security and defense partnership. India has also taken important steps in this direction through its own agreement with the EU earlier this year. In that sense, I believe both our countries are engaging with similar frameworks, albeit from different positions. Iceland's experience working closely with European and transatlantic structures may offer a complementary perspective as India expands its engagement. Iceland is a small country with a long view, and our long view tells us that India's voice in global affairs will only grow. The question for us is whether we are early partners or late followers. Let me bring this down to something immediate. And from where I sit in New Delhi, it is very immediate. The disruption of the Strait of Hormuz is not a geopolitical scenario being discussed in think tanks. It's a life emergency. 90% of India's liquid petroleum gas passes through that strait. Restaurants are closing. Households are waiting longer for cooking gas cylinders. Fertilizer plants are running at a reduced capacity. 9 million Indian citizens live and work in the Gulf, and tens of thousands have already returned home. India imports over 40% of its oil from the Gulf. The current conflict has injected real inflation risk into an economy that is otherwise performing quite strongly. And India's diplomatic response to secure passage for Indian tankers through the strait is strategic autonomy being really tested. stress-tested in real time. Now, what I observed from New Delhi is a country that has built an extraordinary breadth of relationships. The question this moment poses for India, and in my belief also us, is how that breadth becomes depth when it matters most. That is a conversation between genuine partners. For Iceland as a maritime nation, whose economy and security depend entirely on open sea lanes, fisheries, shipping, undersea cable infrastructure in the North Atlantic, we have a structural solidarity with India on freedom of navigation. The theaters are different, but the principle is the same. And India's investment in the Chhabra port, now at risk, is a pointed example of how maritime infrastructure, energy access, and strategic positioning are inseparable. And this is where I want to make a connection that is also close to my embassy's work. Energy security is the point where climate, geopolitics, and trade all collide. India's ambition to reduce its dependence on Gulf hydrocarbons is not just an environmental goal, it is a security imperative that this crisis has made undeniable. Now, our expertise in geothermal, carbon capture use and storage, and the renewable transition is directly relevant to that ambition. When we talk about green energy cooperation, we are, whether we name it or not, talking about strategic de-risking. Now, let me in conclusion say that Iceland has made a deliberate choice to treat India as a priority partner, not because it's fashionable, but because the logic of this geopolitical moment demands it. What I hope this conversation does today is move us from acknowledging that logic to asking the harder questions. What would a genuine, practical, strategic partnership between Iceland and India actually look like? In security, in energy, in the Arctic, in the institutions that govern our shared world. Now, I look forward to exploring that with this panel, and I hand over to you, Þorgerður. Thank you.
Thank you, Benedikt. Mr. Khanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Yeah. So I'd firstly like to thank the International Institute of Affairs in the University of Iceland and the Embassy of India for giving me this opportunity. Today's world, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. I think that is an understatement in today's environment. Lots of big-ticket changes. On the geo-economic side is the shift of the center of gravity, of the economic center of gravity to the east. Rise of China, and I would say particularly the rise of China as a maritime power, where one can make the argument that today they are the number one maritime power. They may not be the number one naval power, but they certainly are the number one maritime power. On the geopolitical side, a large amount of turbulence. Great power competition is again on the rise. Alliances are under stress, new alliances being created, middle power coalitions, so a lot of turbulence that we are seeing right now. On technology, particularly I would say on the defense side, is the power of asymmetric weapons and their democratization. So we are seeing that in Ukraine, we are seeing that in Iran, and I think this is only the tip of the iceberg, because as they become AI infused, I think this is going to be leveraged many times over. Demography, declining populations in the West, paradoxically move a strong sentiment against immigration. So this creates its own set of challenges. When it comes to India, Iceland, let me first come with a few challenges. The first is the tyranny of geography. We are distant nations, and therefore distance, of course, comes with its own friction. And we are diverse. Iceland is a sparsely populated Arctic nation. India is a densely populated tropical nation. And that creates a large number of cultural and other differences that we have. What then are the opportunities? Firstly, we are both liberal democracies with common values. And I like the term used by the ambassador, is principled autonomy. I think both of us exercise principled autonomy, and that can be certainly a leverage that we can use. We are also both islandic nations in a way, because Iceland, of course, is a geographic island. India is also an island in many ways because of, firstly, we have a large coastline, and to the north, we are a geopolitical island because, firstly, we have the Himalayas, and then we have stressed relationships with our neighbors to the west and to the north, and that creates its own complexities. As a consequence of that, our reliance on the sea is great. And I think this diversity that we have amongst our two nations can be leveraged as brings in large complementarities, where we can each play to a comparative advantage and use that and leverage that amongst ourselves. So what then are these suggestions? Let me come out with a few set of suggestions. And I'll bunch them into 3 or 4 sort of buckets. The first one is on policy. And on policy, I would say that we need to strengthen track 1, track 1.5, and track 2 dialogues at every level. We can leverage these firstly for sharing geopolitical assessments. That, I think, would be a great way to start this relationship amongst us. And these studies can have strategic implications. You're talking about climate change, sea level rise, coastal inundation. These are issues that are going to impact us as much as they're going to impact Iceland, because if you see the Sundarbans, the Ganges Delta, etc., it's immense amount of possible displacement of populations that's going to take place in these places. The opening of the Arctic shipping routes, management of maritime security, and a host of other issues. We can leverage our demographic complementarities also in 2 sectors, I think, that come straight to my mind are hospitality and healthcare. These are certainly areas where India can play a great role, but I fully understand the issues regarding immigration, and therefore another area will be global capability centers. 53% of all GCCs in the world are currently in India. There are 2 million people running 2,000 centers. And these centers are, they're going into digital transformation, innovation, operational efficiency, IT services, engineering support, data analysis. So these centers, they employ thousands of people. And if Iceland wants to become more competitive, then certainly you can look back as a means of leveraging these centers. Connectivity is the first thing that comes to one's mind, of course, is the Arctic routes and the opening up. The GI-UK gap used to be only one for submarines in the past, but progressively it's going to become a major shipping route, and that's going to open up immense opportunities for port development, hydrographic collaboration, etc. India, I think, as of yesterday, an announcement has been made that we're investing $9 billion into our shipping sector. So there are complementarities over there that can certainly be leveraged. Ice-class shipping, that's another area, because I think Iceland, being where you are, is well versed in this, and we have certain companies in India, the Cochin Shipyard, which is making autonomous electric ferries for Norway, and the newly sort of resurrected Swan Defense, which has recently got a contract from Norway again for chemical tankers. Another area is seafarers and sea training. India is the 2nd largest provider of seafarers in the world, and ice-class training for them is going to be a progressive requirement. So there is another area of complementarity that can. Deep sea fishing is that in spite of having a 11,000 kilometer long coastline, India is relatively weak in deep sea fishing. So there's another place where we can sort of learn from Iceland and see how to take this forward. Seafarers, again, you're looking at collaboration between the DG Maritime Administration in India and Icelandic Transport Authority. Certainly that can be leveraged. And last, I come to security. So in security, of course, there are many avenues it can be through NATO, it can be through EU, and most importantly, I think, is the bilateral relationship that can be leveraged. So one instrument of that is certainly structural, and that is to have at least an accredited defense attaché over here, so that we have an avenue for defense cooperation amongst the nations. We can also, provide a little amount of substance to that by a ship visit, an Indian naval ship, which comes to Reykjavík, so that provides a personal connect. Training is one area. Actually, we might look diverse, but if you go to the north of the country in the Himalayas, and I've been there quite often. If you go to the Tibetan plateau, it's at 4,000 meters. Not very different from what you see here in Iceland. I mean, it is as sparse and as difficult a terrain, and certainly over there on clothing, on living conditions, again areas of collaboration that can be done. High altitude training on operating aircrafts, logistics at those altitudes, certainly there are again complementarities. India's MSME sector, the micro and the medium scale enterprises, is really blossoming right now, and that has got, particularly I would say in the drone, counter-drone space, unmanned places, unmanned surface vessels. There's a tremendous amount of development which is taking place over there, which both countries can sort of look into because I think that's an area where, given the population situation over here, would become increasingly useful. And of course, in surveillance, be it in space services, in mini and micro satellites, and launch services, this is another area where we're doing reasonably well, and I think there are complementarities over there. So let me end by saying is that while India has great relations with all Nordic countries, I think there is an opportunity for India and Iceland to have a special relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Valur.
Yeah, I would like to start on a personal backward-looking note. At a Nordic India Forum a couple of years ago, it was in Oslo, I referred to the concept of de-risking, which had become a catchphrase in European foreign policy discourse to characterize the approach adopted by Iceland and the other Nordic states in the political and economic relationship with China. This term entailed a repositioning, avoiding a sharp break while signaling kind of a subtle shift. It was not about decoupling from China, as was the case with Russia after Ukraine, but about distancing from it, as exemplified by its decision to shun Chinese direct investments or not to participate in the Belt and Road Initiative or its offshoot, the Polar Silk Road. It was no doubt influenced by the US framing of its bilateral relationship with China in terms of strategic competition, and reflected a return to a Cold War-style Western solidarity discourse. Thus, while the revived deterrence or containment logic was prompted by Russia's war on Ukraine, it was also associated with a global US-China rivalry. India's strategic partnership with the United States arguably played a similar role, and it was actually kind of emphasized at this conference. In contrast to the Nordic approach, it did not involve alliance commitments, given India's long-standing policy of preserving its strategic autonomy. India continued, for example, to engage politically, economically, and militarily with Russia as part of a historical bilateral relationship. Yet, adopting an implicit de-risking and hedging strategy, India cooperated closely with the United States to balance China, its main political and economic competitor. Hence, despite their different foreign policy traditions and premises, India and the Nordics shared a similar strategy vis-à-vis China, though from a very different, of course, geopolitical positions. In the highly disruptive current geopolitical climate, which is of course closely associated with the imperial policies of the second Trump administration, de-risking has taken on a new meaning. Its focus has moved beyond China and now ironically centers on the United States itself. This applies both to India, which has been subjected to intense US geopolitical and economic pressure with respect to its relationship, for example, with Russia and its trade with the United States, as well as Iceland and the other Nordics as a result of the Trump administration questioning of US alignment with Europe, its accommodation of Russia, and its territorial threats against Greenland. So here I will focus on how Iceland is grappling with this new reality. One can describe its foreign and security policy approach in terms of instrumental ambiguity. It recognizes Iceland's structural dependence on the United States, while at the same time hedging against the risk that the US geopolitical agenda may undermine its foreign policy interests and values and erode domestic political consent. On the one hand, Iceland remains committed to the 1951 US-Icelandic Defense Agreement, which includes now regular rotational American military deployments. On the other, it's forging closer links with European NATO states and Canada through existing bilateral security agreements and prospective new ones, even if they do not involve defense guarantees. When in early 2026, European NATO members, including France, Germany, Sweden, and Norway, took part in a highly symbolic military training mission in Greenland, which was meant to show support for the Danes and Greenlanders against US intimidation, Iceland was involved in a civilian capacity. And this decision reflected, of course, Iceland's backing for Greenland's right to self-determination, leaving it to them to determine whether it should be in the form of autonomy, as is the current status, or independence in the future, as well as the territorial integrity of the Danish kingdom. This tilt toward Europe has been further strengthened by the recent government proposal to hold a referendum on the resumption of Iceland's EU accession talks. And this points to an effort to guard against a possible US disengagement, as well as the geopolitical terms on which it now acts. It also reflects an awareness that Western cohesion could be significantly undermined if the United States acts without any consideration of perceived allied interests. This extends to a disdain for state sovereignty, witness the rhetoric on Greenland, Canada, the Panama Canal, Venezuela, and now Iran and Cuba, and a propensity for unilateral military action against states. Moreover, a potential US-Russian rapprochement could take the form of a geopolitical effort to carve up the Arctic in a throwback to the 19th century doctrine of spheres of influence and to engage in joint ventures in natural resource exploitation. The US-Icelandic Defense Agreement has so far not been directly affected by the Trump administration expansionist rhetoric, but a military move against Greenland would leave the domestic peace thesis so embedded in the political science literature in tatters, as it would point to the possibility of a conflict between liberal democracies. In Iceland, it would not only trigger a crisis in US-Icelandic relations, it could also prompt a backlash against the presence of US troops here, reviving Cold War memories of one of the most hotly contested issues in Icelandic politics. As the Arctic and North Atlantic have increasingly merged into a single political and military theater, Iceland's strategy still rests on sustaining a US defense link while deliberately widening security cooperation with its European and Canadian allies. This is not disengagement, but recalibration, a recognition that the central determinant of Iceland's security policy is currently the contested direction of American foreign policy and the fractures in US-European relations. What this ultimately underscores is that de-risking has not disappeared, but has been redirected. It now captures a concern with the reliability and trajectory of American power and how states position themselves in relation to it. Whereas Iceland seeks maneuvering space within a formal US-dominated alliance structure, India does so while trying to preserve its strategic autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you. Pia, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity of being here and speaking in this distinguished panel. Certainly when I listen to Valur every time, I think I've got nothing to add to this. So let me just begin by saying that. But into today's shifting geopolitical climate is, of course, increasingly important for countries like Iceland to broaden their network of partners. Traditionally, Iceland's security and political cooperation have been closely tied to Western institutions, just like Valur has been describing, and allies, particularly through NATO. So while these relationships remain fundamental, the global balance of power is certainly evolving, and we can all, I think, agree on that. And relying solely on conventional partners is no longer sufficient. So we have new challenges ranging from great power competition to the existential threat that comes from climate change, and emerging security threats are not confined to one region or alliance. For Iceland, this means looking beyond its immediate neighborhood and engaging with a wider group of states that share an interest in stability, cooperation, and respect, of course, for international rules. Building relationships with like-minded countries, even if they come from different regions or traditions, strengthens Iceland's ability to navigate uncertainty and maintain its strategic relevance. This approach is not about replacing existing alliances, but about complementing them. So by diversifying its partnerships, Iceland can contribute to a more inclusive and resilient international system. It also allows Iceland to play a more active role in shaping global discussions on issues such as Arctic governance, maritime security, and climate policy. So although India is not an Arctic state, its growing engagement through scientific research, climate studies, and participation in forums such as the Arctic Council signals a long-term interest in the region. For Iceland, this presents an opportunity. Both countries share a fundamental interest in stability, sustainability, and the preservation of a rule-based order in regions that are increasingly under pressure, of course. By working together, Iceland and India can help ensure that the Arctic develops as a space defined by cooperation rather than rivalry. And that, of course, is a challenge. And I think we can all agree on that as well. India, as the world's largest democracy, offers a unique perspective. We can learn from each other's political systems, India, as the world's largest democracy, offers a valuable but complex example. It is, of course, faces real challenges, including social divisions and political tensions. However, its ability to maintain democratic processes across such a large and diverse population makes it an important case to study. For Iceland and the wider Nordic region, engaging with India provides a chance to better understand how democracy can function under very different conditions. This kind of exchange can help strengthen democratic resilience on both sides, especially at a time when democratic norms are under pressure globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I maybe want to start my first question to you, Ambassador Benedikt. So when I was in Delhi, which was in October of last year, much more peaceful times, but you know, that's how the world changes quite rapidly. When it comes to, and speaking with Indian officials, etc., when it came to security, the topics were not entirely focused on military security, but soon went into energy security and food security. So, I mean, India's current development requires a lot of energy. India's sort of the mobility of its population, meaning that people are moving to the middle class quite rapidly with different needs when it comes to foodstuffs, etc. Can you maybe, if I ask you, Benedikt, how does Iceland fit into this puzzle of India's development and, again, security, energy security and food security?
Let me just make a reference. I spoke about de-risking, and what I was talking or referring to was de-risking from the situation that we are now experiencing in West Asia, as Indians like to call the Middle East. So that's where the aim of the Indian government to actually install 500 gigawatts of renewable energy into the energy mix by 2030 is a gigantic task, and it just reflects how ambitious India is when it comes to actually de-risking from the carbon fuels, but also in terms of providing the whole pan-India for energy. Because if you think about it, the northern regions, as has been mentioned, and the western regions are in the Himalayas, are up in the mountains, and it's extremely difficult and costly to get resources, energy resources up there. Now, it so happens that geothermal is to be found and has been proven to be found in the northern region, both up in Ladakh, Himachal Pradesh, and also in Uttarakhand, and actually probably extending further east. We are very fortunate that India is or has a strong focus on these areas in terms of how to improve energy security, and there is no better resource for that region, in our opinion, than actually to harness geothermal, both low temperature but also high temperature. So that fits perfectly into India's trajectory to de-risk from the carbons, from the fossil fuels, and this is where we can add something meaningful to their development. But there are other elements to this. It's not only the geothermal. Iceland is now offering quite a strong technology when it comes to carbon capture, use, and storage through at least 3 companies in Iceland. And they are now gaining quite a lot of interest within the Indian community here, amongst the governing parties. So we seem to have a meaningful solutions to offer that actually help address the issue of how to, first of all, reach the 500 gigawatts by 2030, but also then to clean up the energy mix. But this is where energy security plays really a significant part. I will say that, not too far back, I was of the belief that, it would be difficult for Iceland to get attention from the Indian authorities how to deploy geothermal solutions from Iceland. That has totally changed. They are very much focused on this solution. And if we can think about the energy mix going forward for India being a mosaic, then we know that the geothermal parts of that mosaic will never be the big ones. I mean, the solar and the wind and the hydro are the big solutions. But the geothermal has a definite place in that mosaic, and that's what makes, I would say, my work quite at least easier, is that there is a total focus on this from the authorities, not only the union government, but also from the states, whether it's up in Ladakh, whether it's in Himachal Pradesh or Uttarakhand. So this is very important, and this is, I would say, this is a change from, let's say, 4 to 5 years ago. So this makes our job, I would say, here at the embassy at least easier, and I'm hoping that this will actually strengthen then the interest amongst the Icelandic businesses to actually explore this alternative.
Thank you so much. Now, Mr. Khanna, I don't think an audience in Iceland often gets an insight into sort of Indian military matters, or let alone naval matters. So maybe we'll use the opportunity to get a bit of your insight. So I guess what we know is India's defense relationship to the Soviet Union and then to Russia, and sort of a reliance on Russian hardware, which I've heard has decreased quite rapidly. I read somewhere from 70% down to 35%, so by half. And that is closely associated with India seeking other defense and capability relationship. And I can name in this context Japan, South Korea, Australia, and to a high degree Israel as well. So can you sort of maybe give us a quick outline of the changes that have been made in India's defense relationship in the past 10, 20 years, and why this came about?
Certainly, insofar, I mean, our relationship with Russia goes back, of course, to the Soviet days. And we had a strong relationship with them, and particularly I think it blossomed in the 60s when a large part of our wherewithal came from them. And that was because we had difficulties in acquiring those systems from the West. And that transformed into a stronger relationship. I think the forefront was, of course, security in that relationship, but that blossomed into other areas. In recent years, I would say there has been a strong move to diversify. And that diversification, actually, what is really driving it is self-sufficiency, Atmanirbhar. That is, the ultimate aim is that we have to de-risk, and therefore, to the greatest possible extent, whatever our defense needs are should be homegrown. But that's a long route. I mean, so one step, of course, has been to diversify. You've rightly pointed out that in terms of acquisitions, the spread has become large. Just to quote, for example, if you take the US, big ticket items like the C-17, the C-130, the Apache helicopters, we're going on to the Reaper drones. So many systems that we've acquired from various parts of the Rafale from France. But the ultimate aim, of course, is to first maybe leverage transfer of technology, and finally through our own research and development to make a large number of homegrown products. So that is the ultimate aim in terms of, so the relationship with Russia right now, it remains on the geopolitical level, it remains strong. They are a partner, but it is one amongst many. And we have developed strong relations with a large number of countries. So I would say in all aspects that relationship has been sort of, I won't say diluted, but it has become more equitable in the way we deal with a larger number of countries. So the basic principle, as you said, is strategic autonomy. Strategic autonomy is not to be read as strategic restraint. As and when opportunities open up in any part of the globe, India will leverage those opportunities for its own benefit, certainly, and for a mutual benefit in whatever way that forms up. So I think it's become much more issue-based right now. And when it comes to our relationship with Western countries also, particularly I would say with the US, there are a large number of complementarities. And I would say while there might be changes in administration like you have now which bring in periodic stresses from time to time, but I think our complementarities are that large that they will survive these stresses. So in the long term, I don't see a fundamental shift in the way we conduct our relations with our security partners as it is proceeding today.
I have a follow-up question, which is on power projection. I mean, of course, India is very comfortable in its surrounding waters, but when it comes to power projection beyond its waters, there are limits. And I've heard it stated that in order to get power projection beyond India's closest area, India would need hardware and technology from the US, meaning military cooperation with the US. Do you have comments on this statement?
So if you're looking at power projection, I wouldn't think our dependency on the US in this aspect. Firstly, the requirement. Do we have a requirement for power projection? So I think power projection is a negative connotation. We are interested in maintaining a safe and secure Indo-Pacific. So that certainly goes beyond the Indian Ocean, and therefore, one of the instruments for doing that is the Quad relationship that we have with our Quad partners. But in that relationship, I would say, the Indian Ocean itself is 70 million square kilometers. It's a huge area by itself and a tremendous responsibility. And a large number of the nations over there do not have capacities. And they have large areas to patrol. I mean, I can give you an example of Mauritius, for example. Mauritius has a population of around 1.3 million. We have 1.4 billion, 1,000 times their size. Their area is 2,040 square kilometers. We are 3.2 million square kilometers, 1,500 times their size. But when it comes to the EEZ, they are both roughly at 2.1 million square kilometers. So these small islandic nations, they've got huge, EEZs, which they find incapable of, or I wouldn't say incapable, but difficult to patrol. And certainly in those areas, we see that we can sort of assist them in this process. It is purely a voluntary requirement. If they come to us, we've got excess capacities that we can deploy in these areas. So be it Mauritius, Seychelles, Madagascar, Comoros, all the island nations over there, and plus certain countries, I would say, on the east coast of Africa. Beyond that, I would say, when it comes to the Western Pacific is a complex area because of all the issues that they have over there. And so when it comes to power projection, the question I would think, even though we say we've embraced the Indo-Pacific, the Indo is in, I would say, font size 20, and the Pacific is in font size 2, insofar as we are concerned, because we are largely an Indian Ocean nation. And a better way of addressing our security challenges in the Pacific is through partnerships. So if with Japan, with Australia, you each play to your strengths. If you look after our security interests and our shipping in the Pacific, we can take on that responsibility for you in the Indian Ocean. Right. Instead of us spreading ourselves thin by going into other areas, operating at distant areas, which becomes complex for any navy to do. So I think it is largely you're trying to de-risk, and you're largely trying to leverage complementarities. So power projection, I would say, is an incorrect term, because I don't think India has got any intentions right now, power projection. But should there be, so the intention is really just to maintain a safe and secure Indo-Pacific.
I have another follow-up question.
Can I have one?
Yeah, please.
Because you were mentioning Mauritius, I was wondering, what is the relationship, military relationship with India and Mauritius? Is there do you have a base there? And to add to that, how did India respond to using the Diego Garcia base for attacks on Iran and the counterattack. How did India react?
So, insofar as Diego Garcia is concerned, India has always been with Mauritius that this is a legacy of the colonial era, and therefore ownership of Diego Garcia should shift from UK to Mauritius. I mean, so that has been our fundamental position in this. And I think India is quite happy with the things have resolved. And hopefully, I think I think the UK has already made up their mind that this shift should take place. There's been some unsettling statements which have come from the United States in this respect, but hopefully we will soon go beyond that, and there will be a formal shift of Diego Garcia to Mauritius. Now, even when the shift takes place, I think the broad understanding that Mauritius has reached with the United States is that the base will continue to exist. So it's not that the base is going to wind down. That base, I think they're looking at another 100-year extension, so that base will continue to exist and will very much stay there. Leveraging the base for the Iran contingency, I think, is primarily a Mauritius and US issue. So I don't think India needs to be drawn into this. In that sense, I would think it is for these two nations to resolve as to how they take this forward, this relationship. On the issue you've raised regarding our military relationship with Mauritius, we have a very deep relationship with them. I mean, it is unprecedented in a sense. The head of the Mauritian Coast Guard, which they don't have a navy, so they have a Coast Guard, is an Indian naval officer. You know, the head of their Air Force or their Coast Guard aviation is an Indian naval person, is an Indian Air Force person. So in all, the National Security Advisor is, provided by India in a sense. So our relationship on the mill-to-mill runs deep. It's a very strong relationship that we have. We have built a facility in Agalega Island, the facility that you're talking about, but that's for mutual benefit of both nations. It's at their request. So that you can leverage that island. It's a small island, and it's a distant island insofar as Mauritius is concerned. And since they have issues regarding policing their EEZ, the island can certainly be leveraged for that purpose also.
My follow-up question was on psychology or perception, based on your career, of course, of India, so of the perception within India that India is a continental power, a land power, but not a maritime power, and that runs back quite a bit. And as you know, India is responsible for a very small percentage of shipbuilding globally, and is more often than not sort of in the way of transit in maritime shipping rather than an agent. Do you see this changing, or do you see developments of this changing?
So certainly it's a problem that we have.
Yeah.
We have, while we have been a maritime power in the past, but that declined, I would say, in contemporary India, primarily, after the British period. And so there is a requirement to revive the sense of maritime consciousness in India. And there are many parts to that. There are some areas where we're doing quite well. Shipbreaking. We are the second largest shipbreaker in the world. Seafarers, I mentioned actually we are the third largest provider of seafarers in the world. There is a huge move right now to revive the shipbuilding industry. At least domestic, insofar as the Navy is concerned, all ships are being built in India. We're not acquiring ships from anywhere right now. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, by the last count, we have around 48 naval ships which are on order, which are being built in Indian shipyards. And we built our own aircraft carrier also, INS Vikrant. So we've reached that stage where we can build our own aircraft carriers. And now we've been doing submarines, et cetera, for quite some time. Commercial shipbuilding has been weak, but now there's a $9 billion injection by the government to revive commercial shipbuilding and the ancillary industry, to sort of come up. A very small portion of Indian cargo travels on Indian bottoms. So again, there are new companies which are being created. We are consolidating demands of the oil industry, and they are being, the first right of refusal is being given to these new companies which are being created, that if it's Indian flagged, then they will get first priority to ship their cargo. So this is all work in progress right now. And hopefully, within the next decade or two, the intention is that we should become the 10th largest, I think by 2035, I'm not mistaken, that the 10th largest ship owner in the world. So that's what the intention is.
Brilliant. Shifting gear a bit, Valur, and coming to your words and also going back maybe a bit to your previous writing. I mean, you have written quite a bit on Iceland as an Arctic power, and I believe one of your argument was also highlighting Iceland as an Arctic nation was part of Iceland gaining strategic significance, particularly in the eyes of larger powers and maybe powers that were at that time a bit neglecting Iceland. And I'm of course referring to the US. We, in a period sort of in the aftermath of the closing down of the naval base in Keflavik in 2006, where the US was preoccupied elsewhere. Then, of course, during the current presidency, we see ice on the Arctic again. But the reality, the action is yet again in the Middle East. So what's your read into that and how sort of that affects Iceland? Will the focus once more shift to the Middle East and away from Iceland to our detriment?
I don't know. That's true. Iceland used this, I think, the Arctic, because Iceland, historically, Iceland has not been really an Arctic state in that way. It has more been a North Atlantic state, and it has been, and since World War II, when the United States and all the Western powers showed much interest in Iceland, it was about that. And so Iceland rather looked south rather than north. So, but when the Americans left in 2006, it was closed down the military base here in Iceland, needed something to compensate for it, because it felt, the government that were then in power felt that nobody really showed much interest in Iceland in this area. So that was used. And then after the financial crash in 2008, it became also one of the kind of instrumental was used instrumentally to show a way out of the crisis as well. You know, all kinds of ideas about oil, you know, discoveries and oil exploitation and stuff like that. So it was used in a strategic way, I think, also for internal domestic political purposes, but also vis-a-vis the outside world. But after that, after Iceland recovered, it became less of an issue, and that also ties into Iceland's interest in expanding relations with China. That reached a peak in 2013 with this free trade agreement. But after that, when Iceland recovered financially and economically, there was less interest, in my view, in the Arctic, and nothing in terms of policy making changed during this period. Every policy kind of accent was expressed in this period after the financial crisis in these first years. Well, you know, you are now asking about the present. Nobody knows about the present, but of course, as you say, you know, after Trump moved into Venezuela, you could say that rhymed very well with the U.S. national security strategy. That, by the way, did not mention Greenland at that time. Mentioned the Western Hemisphere, but there was no mention of Greenland. But the day after, Greenland was on the map. So again, and on the agenda. So you never know. You know, I mean, there are many things going on at the same time. That's the thing. And also, we have to say it's not only about the Middle East and the war in the Middle East. It's also about, as I was emphasizing in my talk, it's about the nature of the U.S.-European relationship, you know, how it will develop. And of course, it was a huge shock what happened with respect to Greenland, and it is not forgotten, and it will not be forgotten. I think it will be seen as a kind of you know, as a seizure in a way. But of course, this is a very of course it's a everybody's talking about the same time. There is same thing. It's about volatility. Nobody knows what's happening. That's true. There is a huge disruptions. There are huge disruptions. But of course, and talking to a historian, I'm not maybe the guy who is the best to describe the future. And but we have a tendency to do so anyway, and we are often wrong. But the political scientists are more often wrong than we are. I think.
That's entirely with me, right?
Well, I'm a historian, as you know, so I will push you further to predict the future. I have a follow-up question. I mean, because I think historians have quite a lot of insight. How much they can predict, I don't know. But I mean, we see a volatility of political alliances that probably we haven't seen in the post-World War II era that we're seeing at the moment. And like, just firstly, where you see the trends moving, and I mean, for instance, do you see a new alignment or a coupling of middle powers, as was perhaps suggested by Canada? And where then would you see a small state like Iceland fitting into such a realignment?
It's too early to say whether they're these middle states. And it was interesting about Canada. I mean, there was this huge speech in Davos that Khanna gave there. And then suddenly when these attacks on Iran took place, then he was all with the US on that issue. So I mean, things change quickly in that respect. As for Iceland, as I was trying to make clear in my remarks, kind of, Iceland is in a very difficult bind. It's in a bind in a way, because of this very close and historic relationship with the United States on the one hand, and then this desire to forge closer relations with Europe, and that has to do with values. It has to do with values. You know, what is seen in Europe and in Iceland, that the current U.S. administration is also only thinks about power, outcome power. It doesn't want to use. Okay, we can be critical of such terms as rule-based order, rules-based order. I mean, that's of course it's kind of a hypocritical phrase in a way, because the West has often not abided, has not. Acted in the way it preaches, but at the same time, you know, it's about international law. Nevertheless, I mean, there is commitment in Europe and in Iceland to international law, and if international law, I mean, the United States doesn't want to use this phrase. You know, it says that it doesn't matter. You know, it's against it. You know, because now it's about power, about using power. And very selective power. It's about weakening into the international institutions and the like. So, I mean, there is a divergence here that's happening between Europe and the United States, and also which we can feel here in Iceland, because there is far more support here for ideas about international law and also just for small states. That comes back to your question about where do small states position themselves. So, but again, I mean, Iceland is very structurally bound to the United States still, no matter what happens, and also it's in their kind of, you know, just also because of the proximity to the United States. After World War II, the United States said we're prepared to go into NATO, and that, you know, because it was not a U.S. idea. NATO was not a U.S. idea; it was a British idea. And in the beginning, the U.S. did not really know whether it would like to join or not. But they said we need Greenland because of the defense of the United States. That has not changed. You know, it's seen as a core kind of territory for U.S. defense. And then we need Iceland. Also, it's not as important for U.S. defense as Greenland, but it could also be used as a launching pad for offensive operations in war, which was of course problematic for Icelanders. And then the Azores, basically. That was so we cannot escape this reality that we are really very closely tied to a kind of superpower.
Related to this, and going a bit back close to India again, I know, Pia, that you have worked closely with India on a number of occasions, both with events here in Iceland, and then you've attended also events abroad, both in India itself and then in Oslo, was it last spring? So I know you have an insight, and I think we have an ease of talking to India, partly I think because of our democratic traditions and our values. Do you think this will count going forward, or do you believe that values will become less important in the international system? And in the end, whether it's India or Iceland, it's sort of self-interest and survival that will prevail in the end, or do you believe sort of where does this fit on the scale?
This is so difficult, because you want to say something very positive, obviously, but if I can just trace back a little bit, I wanted to say something about what I've just been experiencing in the last few weeks on the more of a global scale, because I was actually at the Munich Security Conference and then moved on to discussing Arctic issues in Rome on the Arctic Circle Rome Forum, and then on to the UN to actually attend the Commission on the Status of Women. So all these events kind of lined up to make me think quite a bit more about what's going on in the world, and I have to admit, not feeling very hopeful about any of it. So that was a little bit of a downturn. Certainly you wanted to be more positive when you're out traveling and meeting interesting people. But looking specifically on the relationship between Iceland and India and what is happening in the world and how everyone is trying to realign and certainly find other ways of alliances, I think there are many opportunities in that. Of course, it doesn't mean that we are all going to become extremely well aligned on every issue, and certainly values are at the core of it. But I think that looking very pragmatically at the world is something that small states tend to do nonetheless. And I don't think it's, you could say it's all about size, isn't it? I mean, for India, it's about the big size. For Iceland, it's about the small size. But it's also about geography. It's also about what's happening in the world. And the challenge that we are facing now in our transatlantic relationship is certainly something that is not going away for the near future. And obviously, we're going to have to find some strength in the way that we're going to be acting on the international scene. Trying to find, putting more eggs in the basket, or actually having a few more baskets, perhaps, is something that Iceland should be looking towards. And I think that we are in many ways. But that's not just an Icelandic thing, and it's not just for small states. Everyone is looking at things from that perspective right now. So, so I'm not very hopeful about any of these things, but I think that there are opportunities in trying to reach beyond where we were before, trying to figure out if there are other alliances that could work. But perhaps very much on the pragmatic level of, we can cooperate on this level. This is what we have in common, and therefore let's try to strengthen that. So it's pragmatic, but that's kind of the way the world is looking these days. It's very difficult to be very ideologic about it. But I hope that for India as well as Iceland, we will nonetheless continue to rely on issues such as the rules-based order, and that we actually could perhaps try to work together on maintaining the international system. Because I must say that it's not very hopeful when you attend these meetings at the United Nations in New York and you just feel hopeless almost walking out of there when we have a leading nation like the US completely pivoting in their approach to issues that we thought were of importance to them. So I think it's a difficult time, but we have to find these ways of collaborating in the areas where we actually can find the common ground. And I think that those areas are certainly there for India and Iceland.
Could I just make one?
Yes, please.
So I would fully endorse that view. And I would say that fundamentally all nations act in their self-interest. I mean, that is a fundamental requirement. I think what the trick lies in finding overlapping self-interests, And I think when it comes to India and Iceland, we've not been creative enough in trying to identify those overlapping self-interests. And if we add a little more creativity to this, I think they will find that their large complementarities can be leveraged to take this process forward.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, time's flying. No, I just wanted to make an observation that indeed we do work very well in the multilateral fora. And that has a lot to do with our values, but also with the alphabet, because it's Iceland and India, so we're all very often seated next to each other. So that is why we've gotten to know each other quite well over the decades. Benedikt, turning to you once more. One element of security is, of course, trade security and having reliable trade partners. So I guess what the framework that we have now with India through TEPA, or the Free Trade Agreement, both on trade and investment, I want to reverse this a bit. So thinking from Iceland, what can India do for Iceland when it comes to sort of in the context of trade security, if you try to think it from that perspective?
There are a number of ways in which India can support Iceland. Through the free trade agreement, we as a country, we will have access to quality but fairly priced food products, which we basically don't have today. India offers us an opportunity there, for sure. In terms of skills, India is one of the biggest sources of human resource skilled people for most of the European countries. And as we know that we do have diaspora now in Iceland that is growing, Indian diaspora that is growing, and I think that's one area where we can work together. But I do think that in general, you know, with the TEPA, we have a momentum going for us. As some of you know, India Secretary West, C.P. George, he held the fourth Foreign Office consultations with us in Reykjavík earlier this week. He met with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and he met with the Minister of Parliament. These are important things. This represents momentum for us. The TEPA came alive 1st of October last year. In connection with that, the Ministry of Commerce, which manages the TEPA agreement on India's behalf, launched a new an office that actually is to facilitate trade between the two countries, or the four countries and India, the EFTA desk. All of those are sort of indication of, you know, that there is a momentum going and we should take advantage of it. This is not a dormant relationship in any shape or form. It's being actively constructed really as we speak. So I'm quite optimistic on going forward. But the opportunities are to be flushed out. It's only been 3 months since it came into force. We are working very diligently here on this side to promote different sectors within the Indian economy where there are opportunities for us, and then the same is for Iceland, and that I'm happy with that we have counterparts in Iceland who are promoting the TEPA agreement amongst the Icelanders. We detect quite a lot of interest now from different stakeholders, be it seafood. I see Helgi sitting there, and I'm hoping that Iceland there will seize the opportunities that we are hopefully coming into when it comes to moving people between India and Iceland, and hopefully onward to North America. So there are so many things, but you know, we need to be very active when it comes to promoting this relationship. And I'm very happy that we actually are at the point where actually it is not dormant; it's actually quite active. So I think that's the most important. Now, just because we're coming to an end, I don't want to. We really haven't spoken about the Arctic and the Hindu-Kushi Himalayan systems, which actually where we do share issues that are going to affect security going forward. You know, because it's a fact that the warming of the Arctic actually expedites the warming of the Himalayas. That in itself can cause different kinds of security issues, because there are 2 billion people who actually get water through the Himalayan system. And if the melting goes on as it is, with an accelerated speed, we will see scarcity of water not only in India, but in South and Central Asia, agricultural disruption through security, agricultural food and security for, 1 billion people. So there are issues that we should be addressing jointly as an Arctic country with India as an Himalayan country. So I don't want to go and end this without mentioning those. Those are very important, and this is where we can and we should and we need to work together in addition to the opportunities that we pointed out in terms of other issues. If I can leave it at that.
Thank you. I'm looking at you, Birna. Is our time up? Okay. So thank you everyone in the panel for a fruitful discussion, and I know we will continue the conversation afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just go on.
Test 1, 2. Can you hear me, Mohit Yadav? Hi, can you quickly just turn on your camera?
Já, það er ekkert hljóð á okkar manni í Delí.
Já, það er verra.
Hvað verður að vinna í því?
Ég sé hvort þú vissir að ég er að taka við sem stjórnarformaður Íslandsstofu.
Nei, ég vissi það ekki. Já, ok, það er gott.
Þannig að þetta passar alltaf ágætlega.
Algjörlega.
Úr einu í annað.
Já.
Byrjum á beint fljótt bara.
Á ekki bara ákveða
Ég ekki tilkynna.
Svo læt ég bara hérna að sjá vandamálið sem fylgir. Já, ég ætla nú að einbeita leggja áherslu á þetta nýja samstarfi við India svona til að byrja með. Svo fæ ég spurningu nú eftir þannig að það strax verið að taka allt upp sem við segjum hann maður passa því. Bara good go. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. Welcome to this panel on India-Iceland Economic Partnership, the Future of Trade and Investment. My name is Ólafur Stephensen. I'm the Secretary General of the Icelandic Federation of Trade, or Félag atvinnurekenda, and we also run the Iceland-India Trade Council. So, at first glance, of course, India and Iceland might seem like an unlikely pair. One is a nation of over 1.4 billion people, the other a small, highly specialized economy in the North Atlantic. However, that contrast is, in my view and experience, precisely where the opportunity lies. Because India represents scale, growth, a rapidly expanding market. Iceland brings innovation, niche expertise, and global reach in sectors like fisheries, food processing technology, sustainable energy, aviation. The question is not whether the economies are different, it's how those differences can become complementary. And in recent years, we've seen growing interest on both sides. Just in the past year, since the signing of TEPA that has been discussed here, we've seen the membership of the Iceland-India Trade Council more than double. That tells us something. But there is definitely huge untapped potential in trade, in investment, in deeper institutional cooperation. So today, we'd like to explore three things. Where are the real opportunities? What are the barriers we need to overcome? And most importantly, what concrete steps can be taken to move this partnership forward? So to help us answer these questions, we have an excellent panel representing business and government perspectives from both countries. With me are Árni Sigurjónsson, Deputy General Counsel Marel, and I understand the new chairman of Íslandsstofa, or Business Iceland.
Correct.
Helgi Már Björgvinsson, Head of Airlines Partnerships and International Relations at Icelandair. Ambassador R. Ravindra, Ambassador of India to Iceland. And online, Mohit Yadav, Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in India. Can you hear us, Mr. Yadav?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful.
Yes.
So let me start with a simple question for all of you. If we were to meet again 5 years from now, in 2031, what would success in India-Iceland economic relations look like? How can we really grab the opportunities created by TEPA? And I'll just start here on the left. Árni.
You're going to throw me in the deep end of the pool. So if we meet here in 5 years, I would say, how do we define success? Well, obviously, significantly increased bilateral investment, I would say, and it goes both ways. And by investment, I not only mean money flowing, but trade, culture, etc. And we already see the impact that TEPA has made. You just mentioned it yourself, and we heard it in the first dialogue this morning as well, how much the interaction between the countries has increased. And I know that both countries have so much to offer to each other. And again, we mentioned the themes. Ambassador Höskuldsson in Delhi went through it, and you know, we have the green energy transition, the fisheries with strong basis of sustainability, food technology, pharma, tech industries, etc. While India certainly has the manpower, the resources, scalability, tourism, culture, food, fintech. I mean, we can name all of these elements that I hope in 5 years' time will we will be further into cooperation, into collaboration, joint ventures, and as was mentioned here this morning, I mean, we can really build on the strong democratic foundations. And my impression is that the Indian people, Indian nation, is genuinely interested in increased connection and collaboration to Iceland. We only have, can we say, a few decades, maybe less of a century of international trade. So we are still very much learning in the big old world, which is ever changing. So we can also rely on good partners in terms of helping us getting out there. India has done trade for centuries, and we are dealing with, of course, different sizes, but I think we are a good partner. We are a trustworthy partner, and we really want to see trade flourish. So, I mean, we can name, because you mentioned Business Iceland, and I'm so thankful of getting that trust as well, opening up the channels between Business Iceland, Invest India. There are multiple elements, multiple channels that we can further explore and dialogue. Your chamber has been instrumental, I would say, the Institute as well here at the University of Iceland. So we have multiple channels that we can utilize and continue to build on, and having also the connections between the universities, education, etc. So, I mean, we can name a few, but I would say, just to sum it up, more investment, more bilateral investment. Of course, dialogue helps, but we need actions as well. So that's also business and trade is a little bit impatient, but we will get there. So 5 years is, I think, a nice period. So if you say next year, well, that's more difficult, but 5 years, we should have some meaningful success.
Mm-hmm. Helgi.
Yeah. First of all, we at Icelandair appreciate to be part of this conference and this panel. Unfortunately, our CEO, Bogi Nils, was not able to be here. He is traveling, but sends his regards and apologies. I echo what is said here. I mean, we believe increase in tourism, trade, and investment, which is very measurable. I mean, this is going to be the key, and what Icelandair can do to facilitate increase in those areas is, of course, improving the connectivity. This is something that we in Iceland know very well. I mean, we in Iceland would not have more than 2 million tourists. Icelandair would not have more than 5 million passengers if it would not be for the connectivity. So in our view, connectivity is the key. And we'll probably talk about that a little bit later, what we have done in that respect to improve the connectivity between India and Iceland. We have seen a very good increase, I believe, between 25 and 24. We saw some 25% increase in tourism, Indian tourists coming into Iceland. In 3 years, we have seen 150% increase in tourists coming into Iceland. But still, this is a very small proportion of the total tourist number coming into Iceland, even though it has doubled in proportion in 3 years. There is a lot of opportunities to build on that further. So tourism, trade, and investment, I think, is the key.
Ambassador, what would you like to have accomplished in 5 years?
No, thanks, Olafur. I would give my perspective, but first, with your permission, I think maybe it would be better to hear the perspective from my boss sitting in Delhi. And
Sure,
that would
let's
become
start in Delhi.
Yeah, that would become much easier for me. So I think over to Mohit, perhaps.
Please, Mr. Yadav.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. It's very kind of you to give me the floor, and let me remind him that he was my boss when he was in Delhi. So to start off, a very good afternoon to everybody, distinguished guests, dear friends from Iceland, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to just point out that if you look at the TEPA itself, it took many years for the negotiation to complete. And in the times that we are all, last year we had almost a year of trade war. And then this year we are facing a real one. Now, in this period of uncertainty, what has changed in India is that we have found a new sense of self-belief in ourselves, and that is the reason why we've come out as a much confident India. We found a belief in ourselves, we found faith in ourselves, and we are emerging out of despair and hopelessness. If we were a country stuck in the past, then we would still have policy paralysis. But if you see the number of trade deals that we've started, starting with TEPA, in March 2024 it was signed, and after that we've concluded deals with starting with the UK and recently with the European Union. So today we have almost 38 countries with which we have free trade agreements. Some are like the TEPA is the first one with which we have with the EFTA countries. That is a signal enough. So we could say we have in a way integrated ourselves with the Western countries, and this is coming at a time when there is, as you are aware, there's a lot of discussions and points being raised in the space of trade. Now, second point which I'd like to make is that we are focusing on Make in India, and that is where Iceland, which is the land of fire and ice, where nature's raw power meets human ingenuity, where you have pioneering geothermal energy that lights up entire cities, to your world-class fisheries. I think one company is already here today. And you have cutting-edge data centers. So you've shown the world how a small nation, as Secretary General mentioned, can carve a unique path of sustainability and innovation. And that is the same power of connectivity that we think in 5 years' time we'll have a lot more successes in this India trade technology. A lot more companies from Iceland would be making in India. I could identify maybe 3 sectors. First is the medical devices, the other is health, and the third is food processing, in which we could see a lot more success. And the success is already seen, for instance, in this year, the 2025, trade rose from 43.3 million in 2024 to 82.3 million. India's exports grew almost 90%. So a lot more products from India are coming to Iceland. We could see the benefits have been extended to Iceland through concessions, through the TEPA. So we could see a lot more companies coming from Iceland selling their products in India. So I would reckon today we are at, if you again get back to sum it up, if we are at number in the 20s partner of Iceland, perhaps in 5 years' time we should be in the top 10 trading partners of Iceland, and a lot more companies from Iceland could invest in India to supply not only to the large growing Indian market, but to Iceland itself and European Union and UK, which markets have also opened up to products from India. So not only the Indian market, but you're also looking at getting access to UK, EU, and different other countries where we have free trade agreements, which is 38 in number for now. So I'll stop here there and hand over to Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohit. I've been here for last nearly 1.5 years as ambassador. And when I came first, what struck me is the huge potential relationship has when it comes to trade and investment. If we look at the current level of trade, we are in the range of, I think, as my colleague from ministry has said, it's in the range of 70 to 80 million US dollars. And if you look at Iceland's global trade, I think it's in the range of 16 to 17 billion US dollars, if I'm correct. So this bilateral trade represents less than 1%. I think less than 0.5% of Iceland's global trade. So there is a huge potential. And we firmly believe that the FTA offers opportunity for both the sides. And the tariff rate, becoming zero or, gradually it would be reduced for various items, will provide a much needed impetus for trade between India and Iceland. I think this year we have already seen uptick in the bilateral trade, and we hope we will cross 100 million. And if you look at, since you asked, 5 years down the line, while I'm not sure I'll be here for 5 years, but I will be in the service, beyond 5 years. So you can probably, so to that extent, I'm responsible what I'm saying now. I'm of the view that we can touch 500 million over a period of 5 years. That requires a lot of effort, and we are working towards that end. And we have the support of the government on both the sides, and we have the support of the federation, we have the support of the companies. So that is what we are looking at. And second, you also talked about investment. What is that we will see when it comes to next 5 years? As of now, we don't have much investment flowing between India and Iceland. Cumulatively, I was looking into the figures. Over a period of 30 years, 3 decades, the investment that has come from Iceland to India, cumulative in terms of equity, it's in the range of 30 million US dollars. And from India to Iceland, not much, except if you take into account the human capital that we are contributing. Like Alvotech is not very far from this place. We have nearly 180 experts working on Alvotech. And if you look at as a percentage of 180 out of total manpower of Alvotech, it's around 25%. So Indians are contributing nearly 25% of Alvotech's total turnover. This is one small example. And already we have Hampithion investing 27 million euro in an Indian company, and Marel Group is already there, and Iceland Air is also has entered into code sharing agreement with Air India. So we have many such examples. Retina risk, there is a talk of investment from India into Iceland in retina risk. So we are hopeful that this positive trajectory which we are witnessing thanks to Hampithion and other companies will grow further, and in 5 years time I think cumulatively I would put it at 500 million. Like our target is 500 million trade by another 5 years, and investment cumulative both sides around 500 million. So this is what we hope is doable and achievable with the joint efforts on both the sides.
Well, those are real targets. I happened to listen to the deputy CEO of Alvotech yesterday at a meeting. It's pretty clear that that success story a few blocks from here would not be happening without input from India. We would definitely welcome your questions and comments. I see a lot of people from the Icelandic business community, so don't be shy. Raise your hand. There will be a microphone traveling around, but you may need time to think your questions over, so I'll just start the second round. And start with Helgi, perhaps. We had a direct flight to India for a very short period. At that time, back in 2019, people already thought that was and could be a game changer in both trade and business relations between the countries. So, how realistic is it to develop stronger air connectivity between Iceland and India, hopefully a direct flight? What would need to happen to make it commercially viable?
This question was not in our preparation. I thought it would come from the audience, but anyway. So I mean, we think it's very realistic to improve the connectivity, and a good example of that is the partnership agreement that we signed with Air India in Delhi last summer. And I would like to use the opportunity to thank Ambassador Ravindra and the staff at the embassy for the great support to facilitate that discussion as well, which was extremely important. So that by itself, the partnership is definitely something that will support. Icelandair has put, or we at Icelandair have put a lot of emphasis to increase our portfolio of partner airlines. And we see already a great success of those partnership agreements. Total revenues coming from partnership is 10% of the revenues of Icelandair, and we see that increase, and it will continue to increase. So that's the first step in the connectivity. So we have very good, and the codeshare does include Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai to Frankfurt and Heathrow, and in addition for Delhi, Copenhagen, Paris, and Amsterdam. So we think that is a good way to start to improve the connectivity before a direct service will be introduced. In terms of Icelandair, because I got the question, I mean, we have an order book with Airbus now of up to 25 aircraft, 321 XLRs, which have ultra long range, and that could potentially further support the partnership that we have established with Air India. If and when that will happen, we don't know, but whatever we do, we need to do it in a sustainable way. We need to do it in a sustainable way. It's economical. It needs to be economical. And also to use a narrow-body aircraft and using the hub in Keflavík is also environmentally friendly to use this and build up this hub and connectivity between currently between North America and Europe. And with the long-range aircraft, we are able to extend that network both east and west. But remains to be seen.
Yeah, this may be a classic chicken and egg problem. Which comes first? Do you need to start flying to create demand, or is the demand already there?
The demand is there, and we see that already. I would also like to use the opportunity to thank Ambassador Benedikt Höskuldsson and his team. I have been fortunate to work for Icelandair in the foreign markets, and the businesses, we realize the importance of the embassies in the foreign markets. Unfortunately, the public sometimes doesn't realize how important it is unless they run into problems, but most of us don't, so unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, definitely the demand is there, and we are now tapping into the sales and distribution of Air India in India. They are tapping into our sales and distribution network, of course, here in Iceland, but also in North America, with two stop into India. So yeah, the demand is there. I'm very happy to see Business Iceland, we have said at Iceland there it's extremely important that we do not spend but invest in marketing in the foreign markets. And India is definitely one of the markets that we need to invest in. And I have full confidence in you in cooperation with the government because we cannot rely on Iceland there always to do the destination marketing.
How much do you need?
We need, yeah, I can tell you later. But I mean, we have 25, 30 airlines operating in and out of Iceland, and we cannot continuously rely on Iceland there to do all the marketing and sales.
Just to answer that, I couldn't agree more because it's a wider task. It's a bigger task, and I agree. India is one of the key markets where we can see the growth happening. Iceland has done a fantastic job in marketing Iceland, not only Iceland there, but Iceland as well. And you have several other companies who've done so as well, like Kirti is one of the well-known, and they utilize Iceland to present their products. So, I mean, we can name a few, but we will work on that.
Our key competitor are all the destinations, and they are investing a lot in destination marketing, and we need to do it as well.
Ambassador, you had something
Just
to
to
add.
add, the demand is already there. Economic viability has been established. If you look at the tourism figures in Iceland and number of people, Indian tourists traveling to Iceland, is growing exponentially. And last year it was around 35,000, jump of nearly 8,000 from the previous year. So a lot of travel is taking place, and direct connectivity would be very helpful. But we understand the challenges, like when it comes to availability of aircraft, planning. I think that needs some time. But I think air connectivity would be an important component for to have trade flourish further and investments as well.
Kæri Salur. Mr. Yadav, maybe a question for you. You mentioned a couple of sectors, but which sectors are a priority for India when it comes to partnerships with a small but highly specialized economy like Iceland? Where are the strategic partnerships, so to speak?
Well, thank you for the excellent question. Before I get into that, let me share some statistics with you. I looked up the data on what has happened after the TEPA has come into force. So I found that almost close to $300,000 worth of new cars with electric motors have been exported from India to Iceland after the TEPA came into force. So that is one sector where India is focusing on building its automotive sector. And in fact, we have identified 100 countries where we want our exports of electric vehicles to go. So this could be a sector where if there are investors who want to invest in this, the entire supply chain of electric vehicles, whether you want to invest in a new company, or maybe wherever you feel that I think there are about thousands of parts which go into the electric vehicles. So that could be a sector where we could look at investments. I think the overall TEPA has about $100 billion of investment commitment over a 15-year period. But if you have to look at the specific sectors, then you have to look at the strengths. And we looked up the strengths of Icelandic companies. They lie mostly, a lot of them in medical device sector, which our government is promoting in an aggressive way. There are medtech parks which are being set up, for instance, in Andhra Pradesh. Health again is an important sector. For instance, I think you have special capabilities in human genetics, genomics, and personalized medicine. And I looked up again the data from what is being essentially our exports to Iceland. So we found that there are a lot of the heterocyclic compounds or even pharmaceuticals are being supplied from India to Iceland, which is essentially our strength. So anything to do with in the innovative medicine space, we've started a biopharma mission this year, in which we are going to be spending close to $1 billion in grant assistance to companies who are looking at setting up shop in India to look at promoting innovative drugs for the Indian market and as well as the global market. Well, you must be knowing that India supplies medicines to 213 countries, so it's a very diversified and active industry in India. And then we look at maybe perhaps food and fish processing equipment. India is one of the largest exporters of seafood products. So development of processing of those to meet the high standards which are there in Iceland, in European Union, in Switzerland, would be a good business opportunity for companies which are looking at investing in India or trying to work more in the trade and investment space. So I hope that tries to identify the sectors that we have in mind. Thank you.
Ambassador.
Just to add, I think Ambassador Benedikt has already mentioned, clean energy sector is again important. It's a priority for us, and it is highly compatible when it comes to Iceland's priorities. And then fisheries, of course. Fisheries, clean energy, then biotech, pharma, I think Mr. Mohit Yadav has already mentioned. So these 3 or 4 sectors we believe where we both can benefit and do a lot of work.
Arni, the Secretary mentioned the fish and meat processing sector. What is the Marel view of the opportunities there? Is it mainly fish processing, meat processing, the broader food industry?
Sure. It's a good segue into, we could have a long session about just food overall and food production. Maybe if I can use the opportunity, I have a few slides, and just to make it more visual. So before we drill into Marel or JBT Marel, as we're called now, vision and view, I borrowed a few slides from the annual meeting of Business Iceland, which was held a couple of weeks ago, where we got sort of the latest figures on Iceland's export, because Business Iceland, public-private entity, which sort of, let's say, is in charge of collecting these numbers and support, as Helgi's mentioned, both the brand name Iceland and our export pillars, so support them and of course market Iceland abroad. But here we see, and of course now I have to turn a little bit, I don't remember it by memory, but our core markets, of course, historically have been Europe and the US. But of course, the changed world state, as we heard this morning and all know, which are doing business globally, the world is changing fast. So it's been my view and our view, which are doing international trade, that of course we have to look to other markets. And as the ambassador and secretary mentioned, that there are endless opportunities on growth in terms of the new markets. If we can consider India as one of the emerging and most exciting markets for Iceland. I'm just going to flip through a couple of slides, and just to give you the context and the pillars of our export and how this has developed through the years. It's been a fast-growing export in Iceland, and you see the differences. We talk a lot about the seafood, about fish, and of course it is very important, but the big news last year, or basically this year, is that the tech industry overcame or is higher than the seafood export. And this is the first time in in history, at least in Icelandic export, I believe. So the energy, the high energy industry, aluminium smelter, and certainly then tourism, these are the 4 pillars with the tech and seafood. So again, the growth is there from Iceland. Export means investment for the companies who are exporting. It's not only selling services to foreign customers, but it's also setting up facilities, operations abroad and expanding. So growth is very much in our DNA. And comparing to some of our Scandinavian friends, like just mentioning Finland, we see growth is much more limited and probably has some historical reasons for it. But in Iceland, it's all about growth, and we want to grow, and we need to do that by exporting, by learning new trades, opening up new channels. This is what we do. And talking about the 5-year plan, I think we will see a lot of growth. And just again, these are our key trade countries. Why Netherlands? Well, they have a big harbor in Rotterdam. These are just the statistics, but the goods are distributed then from Rotterdam throughout the world on the sea lanes. And the last one, what if the tech industry continues at the same rate as it has done in the past few years? It will be 7 times than only, what is it, 8 years ago. So the growth is there. Of course, we have to rely on companies like JPT Marel, Alvotech, a few others, which are the biggest ones. But both with investment and new markets, I'm confident we can do that. So going from the macro to the micro, I would say our view is, and as has been mentioned here, what is the ambition for India and for food processing and food production? Because we know that the requirement is there. The market is very diverse. You export a lot, but you also have, there has been imports as well. Marel has been in India for a very long time. The ambassador visited our new facility in Pune, was it earlier this month or last month? No, JPT Marel, which was opened late last year. And that's a global production center for India, but also intended to be our hub for Asia, for Southeast Asia. So it's not only about improving, let's say, transforming the food production in India, but it's also an export factor for India as well. So we are coming in with investment. We see India as a logical and a good place to do our business for the wider region. And the times ahead are very exciting, I would say, and a lot of opportunities. Seafood has been mentioned, but also for poultry, for vegetables, for beverages, because now after our merger with JPT Corporation last year, we now have an even broader portfolio of products and really can make an impact in our markets.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe on the export-import point, probably not that people realize. I mean, we have our own cargo operation and we have cargo aircraft, but 50% of the import-export is on our passenger aircraft. And we also interline with cargo, meaning that, or not only passenger, meaning that, I mean, we fly cargo to our destinations in North America and in Europe, and then they continue with our partner airline to the final destination, and that business is also increasing. Just to point that out.
Ambassador.
Yeah, just to mention, I think those Indians who like ice cream may know this brand, Naturals. So the back-end processing of Naturals ice cream, the complete sort of end-to-end, is being done by Marel Group, JPT Marel Group, in India.
Mr. Yadav, many business people, many Icelandic business people who have explored opportunities in India in the last, say, 1 or 2 decades, mention that it's difficult doing business in India. There is a cultural difference, of course, but they also mention regulation, bureaucracy, the amount of red tape. However, it seems to me that the Indian government is very consciously trying to change that. And a part of the effort is the stipulation in the TEPA agreement that there is an EFTA help desk run by Invest India to actually help companies from the EFTA countries navigate the Indian market. Could you maybe elaborate on that a bit?
Thank you. Now, since, can you hear me? Okay, so I think I just mentioned some, before I get into the things that the Indian government is trying to do to make it easier for companies to do business. Let me leave some data points with you on growth, since growth was being mentioned as a metric. Now, the Indian economy, despite the challenges that the world has seen in the last couple of years, has still grown at about 7% average in the last 3 years. And even this year, despite the, even with the ongoing issue going on in West Asia, we still expect to grow at about 6.5%. That's from the broad macroeconomic growth for this year. In the long term, if we see our economy is the fourth largest economy in the world today, it's at about $4.5 trillion. In the next 20 years, then when we have a target of becoming a developed country by 2047, we expect a $30 trillion worth of additional GDP being created in India. So from about $3,000 per capita, the per capita income will rise to about $20,000. So that will create tremendous demand. And if you are a company in India, then if you're not growing at 20% or at 16-17% at compounded annually, if your sales are not growing at that rate, then people look at you and say that, you know, there's something seriously wrong with you. An example of that is a Norwegian company which recently did an IPO in India, which is again in the food processing sector. They got listed at about, I think, at about 706 rupees in November. So they are still, despite these challenges, they've been in India for a long time. So they've seen that in the fast-moving FMCG sector, they have been moving fast. So the opportunities of growth that are there in India are tremendous. Now, this brings us to again to the regulatory issues that we are trying to do. Our ease of doing business has improved substantially. Plus, after this, the trade situation which arose last year, as you know, not because of our choosing, but there has been almost every day, every single officer or a bureaucrat is being asked by the leadership, what is the change in the rules? How are you making it easier? So every day I have to personally give a report of what actions or what did I do to make it easier for companies to do business. So in terms of whether it's going to having a major impact on the ground or not, that I think you have to ask businesses. But from our side, we give a commitment. If there is any investor who wants to invest in India, we've set up this dedicated desk for investors from Iceland and the other EFTA countries to solve their issues. And if all of these don't succeed, then of course, I'm a point man. If you have a problem, please call me. And of course, our ambassador is there. So we will try to navigate and try to make your entry into the market as smooth as possible. And one thing which I've learned across my experience in the diplomatic world is that it's easier for you to maybe find a JV partner or an Indian partner, so that who's either your sales representative who you've been doing business with for many years, or you find a partner who gets you market entry, and then that person can navigate a lot of the local bureaucracy. And before coming here back to India, I was in Germany, and I can tell you German bureaucracy was even more difficult than the Indian bureaucracy. So it's not to say that we are not trying to do business. We've come up with we've done a lot of changes in the tax law. For instance, today, if your taxman cannot just come knocking on your door, there is a system in place where the tax guys cannot trouble you. We've also kind of reduced taxes, which is called GST. We've simplified it. So companies are finding it more and more easier to do business. So I hope that tries to address the questions. And if nothing succeeds, if the India-EFTA desk doesn't succeed, then it's my job to make it easier for companies to do business in India. So I can share my email, and of course our ambassador is always there. We will try to do our best to make your path and market entry into India much better. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm a bit disappointed that the government minister has already left, because I think that's a beautiful mantra for government ministers to ask their officials every day, what have you done to make life easier for companies? We need a bit of that here as well. Ambassador, in your view, what are the most common maybe misconceptions or blind spots that you see that may be holding back stronger economic ties between the countries?
Well, I would put it this way. I think we need more awareness about business ecosystems in both the countries. I think both the ecosystems need to interact more. I think people in India, people in businessmen in Iceland, they need to interact regularly. As of now, I think we are not, at least in the past, like 1 year and beyond, we had not seen the current level of interaction. I think that is changing slowly. And second, I think the businessmen in India, they perhaps had an impression earlier that Iceland is too small market for them and too far away from India. But again, that is also changing. And we have many successful stories, success stories. I think in the conversation we talked about Hampition, we talked about Marel Group. Then we also have, when it comes to geothermal, clean energy, many success stories. Like we have Workis in India. We also had, thanks to Trade Federation facilitation, this Carbon Iceland, is coming up with major projects in India. So it is changing, but I think lack of awareness is what I would put it as, misconception and blind, resulting in misconception and blind spots. And second is, again, you have to shed your inhibition and you have to move beyond your comfort zone. And for India, again, given that we have a huge domestic market, all companies, tend to focus on domestic market. Like when they look at expanding, they will not look at, export. They will look at meeting the domestic demand. So that is, again, changing, but it needs to change fast. Like if we were to become, let's say 5 trillion or 10 trillion, we need to export, export to all markets, irrespective of the size. Size doesn't matter in my view. Like every market will have an opportunity. We talked about the current level of trade between India and Iceland, which is very sort of, very basic kind of, there's a lot of scope. So, and last, I think we lack information when it comes to regulatory frameworks related to trade and investment in India. No, I must accept that. Lack of single point of contact, at least in the past, had become a major sort of drawback. Thanks to EFTA desk now, we have that that problem has been resolved, and I think we need more interaction between ecosystems between in India and Iceland.
I'd like to ask you to pick up on that point. How do we create an ecosystem of Icelandic and Indian businesses to foster relationships, create ideas, find new markets, etc.?
We, at least in those markets, we have so-called general sales agents that support us a lot. We have Bird Group, which is a relatively big company in India that has been supporting us for many, many years. That is extremely important also in terms of and of course the embassies are helping us a lot in terms of the air services agreement and how to follow up on that. For instance, Air India already have their code on our operating flights. We are still waiting approval for our code on their operating flights into India, and I understand from Benedikt, who I hope is still on the line, that it will be approved today. So maybe we can celebrate after the conference.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to this, but I would say, sort of given your earlier point and the discussions here earlier, that doing business outside of your home market, your non-domestic market, is always complicated, and it can even be on your domestic market. And we know that here in Iceland it can be a maze. But what I would say for India, yes, it's a different culture. Now we have the opening up of the EFTA desk was, I think, a very significant part in sort of helping us through the maze if we end up in a dead end. And you need people who know their way around the system. There is bureaucracy. That's here as well. That's in the US, that's in the EU. And we've been looking into the EU market. And you think about the European Union as well, because that was briefly discussed here this morning. And the US both have a lot of red tape. And the internal market of the EU is supposed to give you conformity. But the fact is that doing business in the Netherlands and Spain is very different from one to each other. So you always need local people to help you, and you need local experts to navigate and put people on the ground, listen to what the local, whether it's consultancy, whether it's being part of your staff, that helps extremely. So expats are not necessarily the best way to do it. Send your own people to India and then start the work. But you need to tap into what has been done. So, I mean, you learn from experience. So I would say we've taken great strides into reducing that complexity. Helps certainly that your core language is English, and that even though it's a second language for us as well, Icelandic companies can really utilize that as well. There is the rule of law is strong. The court system can be intimidating if you end up in disputes, but there is a way through it, and you can be sort of at ease that this is a procedural way of doing things, and you can rely on that. So that that trust is very important, and integrity is something that we rely on, and we feel that is the case in India. So, I mean, there are multiple answers, I think, to that question, but we are taking great strides to ease that investment and that cooperation for the future.
So maybe I should also mention that those representations in the different markets, I mean, we look at that as an extension to our own commercial operation. And we invite them to Iceland every year for a meeting, both for them to understand our culture and the culture of Iceland better, and also to experience the product that they are selling, which is Iceland. And I can tell you there is always a very good attendance for those meetings.
Maybe a follow-up question to that. Do you think there is a lot of untapped potential for both India and Iceland, respectively, as tourist destinations?
Absolutely. I think we are just scrapping the surface. I mean, there are a lot of opportunities, and this improved connectivity will help us a lot. Also for Icelandic people traveling to India, I think there are also a lot of opportunities there. So I will be happy to be here again in 5 years to talk about the great result that we did over this period.
Okay, finally, when we have 1 minute left, we have 2 questions. Gjörðu, Iris.
Thank you, the panel, and it's beautiful listening to all this future between India and Iceland. I've been happy living here in Iceland for a couple of years, and when I came here first, there were not many Indians, and I had my wildest dream that some Icelandic company would start some business in India, and which Marel has done, and it happens to be Pune is my birthplace also. So the future is definitely very bright. It will be still brighter if I ask Air Iceland or Iceland Air to start direct flights from Reykjavík to Pune as well. And thank you very much.
And the last question, please.
My name is Lilja, and I am a nurse in Landspítala, and as well the foreman of Art of Living in Iceland, who is a well-being company born in India. And I'm going to ask the ambassador, have you any kind of future planning of exporting more of yoga, meditation, and breath work from India, because I need support and help to increase this work in Iceland. In Europe, there will be around 50% depression mental depression, after 10 years more, and we need help with building up Europe, smiling Europe. So is there any plans from India of exporting Ayurveda and yoga, meditation, and breath work? I know you have a yoga teacher who I haven't had enough opportunity to meet, but I will have in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think my simple answer would be you have to sit through the entire program, particularly the last session, where we have my another boss who has come from Delhi. She is the nodal officer handling yoga, Ayurveda, everything. She has something to tell, so I think I seek your patience, and perhaps you will have an answer when she takes part in the session.
Thank you.
So our time is basically up. Any final comments from Delhi, perhaps, Mr. Yadav?
Yes, thank you. I would take this opportunity to invite all of you and request your Chamber of Trade, the Federation for Trade, to come and attend the Prosperity Summit on the 1st of October 2026. This is the date of entry into force of the TEPA, and we would be organizing another summit on that day. We have already got confirmations from other countries for that. So we would request a large business delegation. People who have either doing business should probably mark it in their calendar, and people who've never been to India, we would request businesses to come and visit India to get exposed. And if you have interest in coming on that day, please share with us your plans, so that some of the issues that you've talked about, we could try to identify a local partner for you, whether in technology or in sales, or if you're looking at eventual investments in sectors. I think probably people look at achieving a certain level of sales before they look at setting up any greenfield or brownfield plants. So please mark 1st of October 2026 in your calendar, and we look forward to meeting you here in India, in Delhi. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a fitting final note. Thank you all so much for a great conversation.
Thank you.
suddenly.
But obviously,
So, how's your new role?
I don't have one anymore. I was laid off.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Sorry.
Yeah. No, but that's okay. I'm actually talking to some companies in India. I'm excited about this. I just applied for a permanent residency. So yeah, let's see what happens. I think there's a few things.
I was reading through the slides that you shared with me from the previous event, and like there are so many opportunities in both ways.
Yeah.
Like,
There is.
Yeah.
There's never scarcity of ideas and things that you could do, but there's always scarcity of time and scarcity of focus.
Yes.
Because I've said this in many instances.
All right, welcome. Very nice to see you all here. My name is Gunnarsdóttir. I'm a Master of International Relations here from the University of Iceland, so I'm back to my roots. I'm also a marketing executive and have been in the tech industry for more than 15 years. I'm also on the chair of Women Tech Iceland, and Women Tech Iceland is an organization here in Iceland that focuses on creating a community and opportunities and almost like a support network for women that are working in tech or want to work in tech. And we do that through allyship and activism and advocacy. But during our discussions here today, we do hope to highlight some opportunities that come from the collaboration of the two nations, India and Iceland, while also talking about some challenges that need to be navigated, especially as the global dynamics seem to be shifting continuously. And we actually feel that here in our own little panel. We had a fourth panelist that unfortunately could not join due to the conflict in the Middle East. So we have like a microscopic view here, how that can impact even the smallest events. But on the panel here today, we have Bala Kamalakaran, who's an investor, startup coach, entrepreneur, and founder of Startup Iceland, and has also been instrumental in the India-Iceland partnership under the TAPA and sits on the board of the Icelandic Indian Trade Council. We also have Payal Shah, my fellow board member at Women Tech Iceland, and she has been leading human-centric innovation for almost 30 years across various industries. And she has a career where she has dedicated to decoding the cultural forces that drive human behavior and focuses on designing for people by understanding their needs, their motivations, and behaviors. She's a passionate advocate for inclusive design and serves as a dedicated leader and champion, as I said, on the board of the Women Tech Iceland. And while she grew up in the United States, she has always considered Mumbai as her second home, and her family has their third-generation textile business. We also have Kristin Ingimundarson, who is the Chief Business Officer and Deputy CEO of Carbfix. He's an experienced board member and has specialized in various different industries, environmental services, carbon capture and storage, telecommunications, maritime communications, corporate banking, finance, asset management, and so forth. And he is formerly the CEO of OnWaves and is now at Carbfix. So hopefully we will have some good discussions and conversations here today. We should have some time for questions from the audience as well, so you can start making your notes, and we'll make sure we'll try to get to as many of them as we can. All right, I want to open up by starting with Bala. And since the We saw already that the global power dynamics have affected our panel. Can you comment on maybe, are we immune to this? Does the TEPA agreement, for example, help us navigate these challenges? Are they a big impact and a factor that we should consider or not?
Thanks for having me, and it's always great to talk about India and Iceland, because as you can see, I'm an Icelander, but I'm originally from India. So I constantly switch in my mind which side I should be talking about. The geopolitics and all the things that we are starting to see now, I feel like it always sucks up all the oxygen out of the room. Because when bombs are flying, you don't think about opportunities or innovation. You're thinking about survival and other things. And I think we need to get beyond that, in my opinion. As an investor, I'm constantly thinking about all the things that can go wrong, because that's what investors usually do, because we are supposed to be good risk managers. And more I'm realizing that there are things that are happening in the world that we have no control over. So we have to focus on things that we can do. To that effort, I say, TEPA and the platform that has been laid out in front of Iceland and India is, in my opinion, probably more beneficial for Iceland than India. It's kind of like a different view. And I've tried to tell any Icelander that I meet that India is marching ahead. It is up to us whether we want to participate or not. And that's a very interesting point to say. India is going to continue to move forward, whether the Strait of Hormuz is shut down, whether there's bombs flying in the Gulf. By the way, India has very challenging neighbors. And for lack of a better word, to continue to grow in that environment shows extreme resilience. And Icelanders have also shown extreme resilience when we went through the financial crisis and how we kind of reinvented ourselves out. And I can say I reinvented myself out because I used to be with a bank before the financial crisis, and I was in India when the crisis happened. So these challenges are always part of our world. And I tell this to all my investors because I actually collect money from others and I invest in companies. I tell them the world is always screwed up. It's never been great. It's always, there's lots of problems everywhere. The thing is to kind of compartmentalize ourselves and think about what we can control and execute those things. And there's plenty of things that we could do. And I think that's what's very exciting, and that's what's really encouraging to see, not just from Iceland perspective, but also from India perspective, because I'm an investor in companies in India. I get constant feedback about the growth and the things that are happening there. And it's up to us to take advantage of this, because a rising tide rises all boats. We just need to be on the tide.
Yes, exactly. Another topic that often gets lost as power dynamics play out is equality. So maybe Payal, if you want to comment on, in your view, what are some opportunities and maybe more some challenges in ensuring equal access and participation as tech and innovation is growing in each of the countries and in the collaboration between the two?
Yeah, so I think, as we think about equality, as Olaf mentioned, I am focused on the human side and the human experience of what is happening. And so as in my role as a board member of Women Tech Iceland, I have been fortunate to meet many, many of the brilliant women that live in Iceland that are from India, that have been the first in their family to receive degrees, after generations and generations of a patriarchal culture. And they're brilliant. They're AI, cybersecurity, programming, and they've come over as spouses, and their partners have received jobs here. And unfortunately, these women come and they speak to me, and they're struggling to find work. They don't have jobs. They're finding jobs that perhaps are under their qualifications. A recent OECD report came out about a month ago that said 40% of the immigrants in Iceland are either unemployed or underemployed. This is a frightening stat because, as we think about the labor growth, there's been about 37% labor growth in this country over the past 20 years. And 73% of that has been driven by the immigrant workforce, but we're struggling. And as we think about, the MRAs that are here, it's wonderful to be, acknowledging these global certifications. And I'm excited to hear more about Mode for Mobility and where that will head. But we do need to be mindful. And I think this goes back to Indian culture. We're changing and women are really driving growth, and so we need to make sure to take care of the talent that is already on this island before we talk about bringing more talent on, because it's a tough thing. The other thing is Icelandic. A quick kind of look at the job listings will show you that the majority of jobs are requiring a C level of Icelandic, which is an expertise level. It's the top level of Icelandic that you can speak. And this has become a very big barrier for a lot of foreign immigrants that are coming here to look for jobs, because everything is requiring this level of Icelandic. And I am so excited to learn Icelandic. I'm actually in Icelandic classes at the moment. But the thing we have to think about when we think about Icelandic classes is making sure that we give these immigrants a chance to succeed at it. Right now, access to these classes is difficult. I go to class 2.5 hours a day, 5 days a week. And I'm unemployed, by the way, so just recently laid off. I'm one of that 40%, so I can do that. The other thing is that these classes are 60,000 kroner per class. And so if you're not working, you don't have a union. And, so you have to pay for these out of pocket. And lastly, I think we just need to focus together as a whole, everyone in this room, to talk about immigration policy and how we bring these people over responsibly.
Yeah. Unlocking the potential, for sure. We're going to continue with barriers. Kristin, you have done some work with Carbfix in India or exploring opportunities there. Can you maybe talk a little bit about your experience with the bureaucracy, the policy, and sort of, because we know bureaucracy can be the death of innovation, and we want to try to increase innovation. And I know that India has been working hard to try to make things easier, but maybe you can talk to that.
So we've been exploring potential in India for quite some time, and we can say that the industry that I represent, it's a new industry that's part of the carbon capture and storage industry. We focus on storage by mineralization, so getting rid of CO2 emission. India being one of the largest economies in the world and largest industry players, it emits enormous amounts of CO2. So it is definitely a problem. What to do with it? You can either utilize it or you can store it. So the storage potential we are exploring in India. There is let's say, Deccan Trap, which is a huge area, about 500,000 square meters of potential storage that can store up to almost 100 billion tons or gigatons of CO2. We are, let's say, in our infancy in exploring that, but in collaboration with Indian institution, Bombay Institution of Technology, for example. This requires, of course, knowledge sharing. This requires, of course, having a dialogue with the authorities. The Indian authorities have been quite positive. Personally, I've visited India and spoken to several, let's say, government authorities. The Indian authorities have come here on numerous occasions to Iceland to learn. So there is a constant dialogue. But in any technology and new industry, it requires time, and time is definitely something we don't have if you think it from a climate point of view. So I always like to think of it in a new industry. You have these, three circles that need to be aligned. The first one is the technology. The technology needs to be there. We truly believe that our technology is a proven technology. There needs to be incentive or someone that is, like Bala, ready to invest in it. So there needs to be, investors ready to either push or pull this forward. Definitely, there is that circle is there. But the last is the policy, and that is the biggest obstacle that tends to be in a new industry, because often it requires you to be resourceful. It requires you to show initiative, and it requires you to be, to truly believe in something. And this is something that policymakers are often very slow in. So you're absolutely correct, not specifying India, but just in general. But the dialogue that we have had with Indian authorities, it's ongoing. It will take time. And this is definitely something that we here in Iceland, we here at Carpix can bring to the table, knowledge sharing, and also utilize our, let's say, the Icelandic environment when it comes to this, because the Icelandic political environment has been very positive towards this.
Yeah, I like the idea of just dialogue. We can do this together.
Yeah, exactly.
We will solve this. Pivoting to cultural impacts and how they impact innovation. Bala, what are some strengths that you see in each of the cultures, now you have experience from both, that you think can foster innovation?
Right. So, I want to go back in time when I started looking at this, because I'm an accidental investor. I didn't plan to be one. It just came organically. What I noticed in Iceland, and I think this is something maybe Icelanders don't see it, and I had a privileged view because I had different pair of glasses to look at all the founders that I was already working with. Icelanders, like Retd, is actually, let's actually figure this out, whatever it might be. And they would just jump in and start doing things, and then you learn as part of this exercise. And there are plenty of things in India where that's needed. There's plenty of things where if you have that kind of mindset, it fits right into the context of India. And of course, India has incredible scale. I just want to give two examples of founders that we've invested in India. And I think there are 3 teams now that are doing exceptionally well. One team started with actually building a mentoring AI bot, basically helping people get into jobs and things of that nature. Think of you actually talking to Steve Jobs on how to get a job with Apple. So they actually built that, and what they realized was that was not the real problem. There just wasn't enough Apple jobs. Yeah. So they kind of switched into just helping founders scale their business. And they use AI to do that. And in the last year, the biggest growth that they've seen in India is a small tea shop that is actually scaling to 500 locations in India in a franchise model. And, by the way, nobody in Iceland can relate to that, right? Like 500 places where they make tea, and this business is actually generating about $10 to $15 million a year, just selling tea, which seems like a abnormal thing to do, but it's not in India. The other thing is that, and a founder reached out to me and said, hey, we were actually trying to streamline this visa processing in India, using technology, using mobile phones. And I actually pitched it to my board here in Iceland, and literally all my board members said, why do you need to solve this problem? Because they couldn't even relate why getting visa is a problem. No. And whereas in India, it is a problem when you have, I think, 200 million people have passports, and at least 100 million people want to travel outside of India. The scale is just a different problem. And this company actually solved the problem using just a mobile phone. And in 1.5 years, again, starting from nothing, they now do almost $10 to $12 million in revenue. Most Indians basically say, take my money, because this visa process is so complex that we just want technology to handle this. So there are so many things where the Icelandic ingenuity of just looking at problems and just jumping into solving them might fit into the Indian context. And the same is true for some of the founders who are based out of India. Iceland can give them a safe testing ground, primarily because, Iceland is extremely well connected. Most users here are technically savvy, so you can test things very quickly and then roll it out in India. And one of the things that I've been thinking about, and I used to run Startup Iceland for about 10 plus years to build a platform for founders. And now I'm actually thinking that we just want to create this corridor for founders from both sides to be able to just come, spend some time here, do some residency in Iceland, and do the same for founders from Iceland to do residency in India, because we have platforms on both sides, because we're investors in a bunch of these companies. And I think it could be a very useful exercise to do things. Again, I'm biased on just doing things. I'm not big on just talking about them. I like to do them and learn from them. So that's kind of where my headspace is in terms of taking advantage of both sides. And I think it's going to be interesting to see. I have no idea where it'll go, but if any projections are right, this would be fun to do.
Yeah, and we did see that the tech and innovation sector here in Iceland is growing very much. But Payal, you know both cultures as well.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Well, to continue on what Bala said with tattaratas, we have a word in India called jugad, and that is really flexible, and they call it frugal innovation, but it's a intent-based way of trying to solve a problem with limited resources. And I do believe that the marriage of jugad and tattaratas is one that just could create magic. It's both countries are coming from a space of, limited resources and unpredictable conditions. As we know, tomorrow is orange, yellow. We've got to always be sort of on our toes, and I think both countries do a great job at that. And I think by marrying jugad and tattaratas, you really have this resilient resourcefulness. And, there's a company, let me get my notes, it's called Retd. And what they're we're kind of seeing like an advanced jugad. Like in the past, it would be, a farmer in Punjab taking a water bottle and putting it on his hose so he can create sprinklers. Or in Ladakh, India, they create these ice stupas where they freeze ice so that when the summer months come, they're able to, water their fields and deal with that lack of water that's there. So, but today there's so many companies doing this at like a deep tech unicorn level. And this one company I was reading about is called Retd, and they are solving quite a unique India problem. I don't know who's been to India and had to be on the roads of India, but they're slightly chaotic and a little nerve-wracking at times. So Retd developed an AI-powered camera system called Driveri that analyzes everything that's going on. It analyzes 100% of the drive time. And also in India, you have this unpredictability where you may have cows or elephants or drivers going the wrong way on a road because it's the fastest way to get where they're going. And really, Retd, what they did, instead of relying on these heavy processing, structures and all of that, they just very simply created this system, and now they'll be exporting it to the West. And it really is a unicorn there. So I think as we think about this marriage, keep jugad and tattaratas in mind.
I love that. Very cool. Kristin, you touched on knowledge sharing earlier, but I wanted to explore that a bit more. What opportunities do you see for innovation and knowledge sharing between the two countries?
So In regards to Karfik specifically, we rely heavily on the subsurface, meaning that where are feasible rock formations that actually can be utilized and stored, where we mineralize the CO2 in a liquid state, and then nature takes care of the rest. I mentioned briefly before that there is a huge, on the west coast of India, about approximately 500,000 square kilometers. The capacity, storage capacity, is estimated between 100 gigatons to 300 gigatons. That's, to put it in perspective, there's a lot of zeros behind that. So it's a huge number. It's multiple, the world global emission on a yearly basis. So the potential is huge there. So as I mentioned before, we are in dialogue, we are in collaboration with, for example, Bombay Institution of Technology, where academia is having discussions. This is something that has been happening for years. We have a certain knowledge that there's a gap between India and Iceland, so we can actually share our knowledge there. And then on the opposite side, I mean, the biggest, one of the biggest industries in India is heavily reliant upon oil and gas. And there's a lot of, we can say, drilling. There's a lot of wells that are in India. We don't know a lot about the subsurface there. So there's a lot of information that we could receive and to better understand. This is an example of how we can actually share information. So, but as I mentioned previously, on starting the dialogue and really understanding where the gap is, and then utilize upon that. That will take us very fast forward, and that's definitely what we're aiming to do.
And I think they mentioned earlier in the panel certain areas where there are definitely benefits. There's fisheries, there's geothermal, but maybe if Payal and Bala, you want to comment on what are some learnings that Iceland can take from India? Maybe Payal, if you start.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's on? Everyone hear me? Okay. I think there's a lot that Iceland can learn from India and vice versa, of course. But I think some of the most telling things that I moved here 5 years ago from the United States, and Iceland can be a tough country, especially, when the January, February, December months where there's darkness and, there's 400,000 people on this island. But as we think about creating connections, building network, building community, one of the things that I feel with an intense, it's just very intense. When I come back from India, I feel this extreme loneliness for weeks, because everyone is just so open and welcoming in India, and everyone is willing to have a chat over chai with you and, talk about life, or just sit and deliver a birthday cake at 1 a.m. because it's your birthday. And I think that is something really important that Iceland can take away from India, is to open your hearts, open your homes, and open your minds. And, the human connection, I think especially now with everything that's going on in the world, I think we need to sort of step back to the simple things and really understand how important connection is. And I think India does that so well. And I hope that's something that we see come to Iceland.
Love that. What about you, Bala? Anything we can learn from India?
Well,
what can we learn?
I've not lived in India for long. I think what Payal was saying is something that you feel. It's not something you can push. That's why I encourage everybody to just visit India, because you'll see the warmth of people. They might not know you, but they just open the door and say, come in, and they'll serve you a meal, or, give you chai. That's part of the culture. Again, I think to a large extent, I've lived in Iceland long enough, and I can say that I don't see that as a big barrier. You just have to earn your right in Iceland. And once you earn your right, all those things happen. At least for me, that's how it has been. When I first started Startup Iceland, a lot of people didn't know why I was doing this, because they couldn't point a finger on how this was transactionally valuable to me. And I had to tell them that, this is a public good. Everybody will benefit if we build a vibrant community. Nobody is willing to do it, but I'm happy to do that. It was very difficult for a lot of Icelanders to understand that. They were like, you would do that and you don't get paid. Nobody told you to do this. Why? And I said, well, because if you build a vibrant community, I eventually want to work with founders. Hopefully, all the founders will show up and I'll get to invest in them. So can you, right? It's not like only I have to do this. It's a public good. That I can say is something that came from my Indian origin. Like when you see something that's not working, you basically go fix it. And Icelanders do that too, but not at the broad level. We've kind of tried to, pigeonhole ourselves into doing, this is what we do. But actually, when you think about the history of Iceland, a lot of people did things that was not their job. They just did it because it was the right thing to do for the community. And we kind of lost that bit in this grand scope of where we are. And I think it's true even in India. If you go to cities, you see some of that. If you go to a village place, you'll see that it's not that. So it's not just an Iceland problem, it's a global problem. We are kind of becoming more, should I say, driven by just the economic transaction. But I think what we could learn is to actually look at the world and say, what are the things that will benefit us? It doesn't have to be transactionally right, but if it is directionally right, maybe we should just do them. Right? That's something that I would encourage all of us to do, not just Iceland, everybody in the world, because I think the more we start thinking about ourselves, we forget that we don't really make that much progress. But when we start thinking about everybody around us, suddenly we start making tremendous progress. And that's how my journey has been. And I always think about the founders that I'm backing. Yes, I need to return money back to my investors, but it's a very simple equation. If the founders that we back win, we win. If we win, all my investors win. So, thinking about them makes a very easy problem. And this is something that I want all of us to think about, because I think, we don't see a lot of it. I think we think too much about what I want out of a transaction. We just need to think a little bit beyond that. And I think that might be a learning, because founders do that naturally, because they're not thinking about just their company. They're thinking about their customers. They're thinking about what they're solving. So naturally it fits, and this is kind of my tribe. So it's very easy for me to say this is what everybody should do, but maybe it doesn't translate to many places, but it should, because we're all human. We could do that.
Yeah, I like that idea. Create a community so that you can talk to people, so that you can create a product that actually solves a problem, because that's another enemy of innovation, is you're just innovating to innovate and not to really solve a real problem.
Right.
You create this beautiful product that nobody then really wants to.
Right. I mean, the ecosystem has multiple players, and they bring different things to the table. For example, in the early days of doing Startup Iceland, there was no dialogue between investors and founders. And maybe I was, kind of pioneer in that, because I actually tried to sit with the founders and try to work with them and understand what they were really trying to do. No other investor did that. That was very strange for me. Maybe because, as I said, I'm an accidental investor. I didn't start out thinking about investing.
You didn't know how to do it.
I didn't know how to do it. And I can tell you, lots of times the first time I invested in a company, I didn't have any money. So I actually borrowed money from my family, and I took all of that money and invested in one company. So you can see that was a rather stupid thing to do, but it worked out okay. And I think the thing is that sometimes when you do things, it sounds stupid, but you just need to believe in what you are trying to do and just go after it. And I think this is what I think we should do here. I think it's important to think about this partnership, TEPA, and all of those things in that context.
Yeah, and we're back to dialogue. It's sort of like a thread through everything. Just talk to each other, and it'll be better. Concrete next steps. Maybe, Kristin, you want to start on that. Where do you see the biggest opportunity now that there's a commitment to increasing the collaboration between the two countries.
There's always this, going back to the investor point and comparing that on the government. There is a commitment by the authorities in India, for example. They have put out a long-term plan. So, our collaboration expands, only governmental. So we are in dialogue with the world's largest organizations who are, representing, with facilities in India, for example. So we know that there's a commitment by the authorities. And so now it's trying to understand. I always ask the why. Why are companies doing these things? Why are they, chasing this? Why are they doing it? And there is either often, or let's say most cases, it's either going to be a whip or there's a carrot in front of you. So you either chase or you're chased. In that case, India, for example, if you're an exporter in India and let's say you're exporting steel or cement and you're exporting it over to Europe, you have to apply certain rules and regulations. You have to show on a verified and certified manner that you are, we can say, you have been netted out on a mission. Then following through that's our role. So continuing on that and again talking about collaboration and the dialogue, understanding where is the gap, how we can move forward. It takes time. It takes time. It's not something that's Rome was not built overnight, and so we are seeing hopefully we can say a pilot in India in the next 2 to 3 years. And then we follow on and do a commercial scale. So it really is just continuing on the path that we have set ourselves. We know there is a commitment by the Indian authorities. The companies are either doing it voluntarily or they are doing it because they are, they have to do it.
Yep.
So it's either.
Yep. We look forward to watching the success of Conflicts in India.
Thank you.
Payal, how about you? What do you think are the biggest opportunities?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, it's to start connecting the dots, as Bala said, early, often, and now. We have quite a few great spaces and communities for innovation and startups, and as does India. So I think we need to start that two-way dialogue immediately. I think the second thing that we need to do is to look at our current Indian talent that is here on this island already, that is authorized to work. We need to take a look at their skill set and see how that they can fill the gaps that we may have and fuel the innovation that is to come. So we need to take care of these people on our island as well. So I think those are the two most important things.
I'm going to be a lot more targeted. I think in the ocean and fishing and seafood, there is tremendous opportunity, in my opinion. And you can see that from all the governmental visits from India. And I actually had a small talk before there was a delegation here. And I kind of started asking myself, because I've been in this for 20 plus years, and I asked myself, why is India so interested about Iceland? By the way, because Iceland is actually tiny compared to what India's scale of problems are. And it was very obvious to me why there is so much emphasis. India needs Iceland's wisdom, not knowledge. Knowledge is easy. You can learn that. By the way, we are taught from lower levels that as long as you can read, you can figure anything out, right? So that part is not the problem. India has plenty of smart people who can learn these things. What they are looking to us for is the learned experience in fishing, in seafood, in energy. I think we need to kind of reframe our own approach to India and say, they're not trying to hire us to do things. They want us to be partners in this so they can learn to do this well in India. Okay? So in the seafood and the ocean area, in my opinion, there is maybe a $2 trillion opportunity just in India. $2 trillion. because the ocean industry is so big. We know it. The entire island of Iceland was only built because of the fish. Yes. Let's not forget that, right? That's what was the foundation for this island. Think about that and multiply it by a factor of 1,000,000. That's what India's opportunity is, right? If we didn't do anything else, and if we just did the ocean and the fish well, everybody in Iceland will be richer because we helped India to tap its potential for the ocean. This is one side. The other side is energy. I mean, you heard about the ambition of Iceland and India to grow to a $30 trillion GDP. By the way, GDP does not grow without energy growth. Energy is factor input. Without energy, nothing can be made, right? So if you make $30 trillion worth of goods and services, think about how much energy India is going to need. Plenty, okay? And obviously, a lot of investment is going to go into building these energy infrastructure. We, by the way, and I say this only because I know, Iceland is the only smart grid in the world. There's no other place in the world where every power source is connected by 2 endpoints. No place in the world, only in Iceland. We had to do it because of the aluminum smelters. We know how to do it. We've already built it. That's why they keep coming to us and asking us for help. It's not that India does not know how to build these power plants. They're asking us, how did you learn something that we didn't figure out yet? That's wisdom, okay? So we need to engage. We need to think about this in that frame of mind. And if we did that, I think, by the way, I've said this to the executives in Landsvirkjun. I said, you can forget about all the things you do in Iceland. Just take your entire company, go to India. You will basically make 10 times more money just doing that. Because that's how the trajectory is in India for energy demand. So these two things, in my opinion, are like these big items. And you've heard many people talk about it. But I wouldn't be doing justice to myself if I didn't talk about the founders and startups. I think there is so much opportunity. Iceland can be a fantastic catalyst for founders from India. India can be a fantastic scale for Icelandic founders. And I think that collaboration, there's no bounds to it. And I can keep talking about it. And nothing will get done until I talk about cricket. Okay? So Iceland cricket has the most fans in India. And by the way, we have not only built a fan base, we have actually built a business model to build a sport in Iceland, which is still not supported by the Olympic authorities in Iceland. We are self-funded because we have so many fans that they literally fund us, okay? They buy all the jerseys we put out, and today was a press release where the fans requested that Iceland cricket team should be in the cricket game in PlayStation, so they can play as Iceland cricket. And that sponsorship has been done. We just announced it today. Ant Studios from Australia is sponsoring the Iceland Premier League this summer. And they're actually flying over here and immortalizing all the Iceland national team players into the game. Okay?
It's a big step.
It's a huge step for Iceland cricket. And this is only because of our Indian fans. Because they love us and they adore us. They reached out to the Cricket 26, the game maker, and said, you need to have Iceland cricket in the game. And they said, okay, who are these people? And they came to us and they found out. And they said, oh, sure, we'll support you. So there are interesting angles that comes when we start thinking about this partnership and collaboration. And I think, we're just in the first mile of this marathon, and I think we can do many things. So I'm very excited about it. Obviously, you can see that. And there's a lot to do.
Yeah, often unexpected things.
Yes.
Like you never know. I think we can take a couple of questions from the audience, if there are any. We'll give you maybe a couple of seconds to see if you want to raise your hand and ask this wonderful panel. Dip into their pool of wisdom. Yes, go ahead, please.
My name is Shri.
Yes. Let's mic you up so everyone can hear, also the people online.
My name is Sigurður Gíslason. I'm one of the founders and co-directors of the Carbis project that came before the Carbis company.
Yeah. Wonderful.
And there's, I agree with you, one of the largest opportunities on earth to capture CO2 is actually in India. But I mean, you were talking about the lack of carrots. You know, there's a rumor here in the room that actually the parliament in India has actually approved of emission trading scheme. Could the ambassador comment on that? I mean, there was a rumor going around the room.
It is not a rumor. It's a reality. It's not a rumor. I think it's a reality. You can Google in and see for yourself the news stories which have come out, I think, a few weeks back. So it's a big development. I was telling one of the attendees about the opportunities as a result of this, particularly when it comes to innovation and technology like carbon capture and all. So this is something you should capitalize on.
Yes, I knew about it.
The rumor has been confirmed, and it's an example, another example of commitment. We've talked about that as essential to really fostering innovation, that there's commitment from the government, so that's great news. Do we have an additional question for the audience to close out the discussion? There's one question over there.
Just because, this may be more a question for the previous panel, but because you started mentioning the wars, despite being next to each other in the phone book, there are several wars in between India and Iceland, and there was much talk of an IMAC corridor, which was to connect Europe and India through the Middle East. I assume this has been put on hold again. So, of course, we all hope that these wars will end soon, but assuming they do not, how will that impact cooperation between Europe and India, and particularly Iceland and India?
Yeah. Will it slow us down?
I mean, one thing that has already happened, and I think this is, I know this because I've been thinking about going to India for some other reason. The flight tickets have doubled in cost. So, you know, it's just doubled in cost, and most of our route flies over Middle East. So we're kind of stuck in that problem. So hopefully, you know, it comes to some form of resolution quickly. Otherwise, we'll have to accept that it's going to be more expensive to fly to India and back. But funnily, it's not stopping the Indian tourists from coming to Iceland. You know, I actually met a couple of them who are here, who are flying. It didn't matter to them that the cost was high. So the war is obviously, you know, I think it's way above my pay grade to comment on it. It's just that, you know, as I said before, when bombs are flying over your head, you know, pretty much you're not thinking about innovation, you're just thinking about just surviving. I think my 2 cents worth is that I hope sanity prevails. I hope we realize that, you know, killing each other is not going to lead to peace. You know, we've been told all kinds of lies about how peace is achieved by killing each other. I don't believe that to be true. I think we need to stop fighting, and we need to figure out a way to live together. And it doesn't matter where you are and which part of the world you live in. The narrative and arguments that we've been told, in my opinion, are not true. So I'll stop at that.
Yes, yes. I think, and we had sort of talked about dialogue a lot.
Yeah.
So,
has a question.
Go ahead. She's bringing the mic for you.
Recently, we saw in the newspapers that Iceland is the second happiest country in the world.
Yes.
And India is, I think, 110 or 11. Can we monitorize on that and export happiness to India and do the business?
But we'll bottle it up in little empty flasks.
I can maybe add to that. You know, it's because one of my good friend Björgvin, who works at Deloitte, posted, you know, all the things that was great about Iceland and how we're in the highest in the happiness index. And I said he forgot to mention we're also the highest consumers of antidepressants in the world. So, you know, Icelanders, by the way, that helps. If you take antidepressants, you will be happy. And we are already exporting them. You know, Alvotech does some of those drugs, hopefully. Yes. You know, and then we can send them to India. Maybe that might be the way.
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you all for being here and sharing your wisdom. Thank you, everyone. It's been great to have this dialogue. And yeah, let's create a community. That seems to be the way to foster innovation in tech.
Likewise.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. But everybody has their microphone? Yes. Já, og það ekki, byrja bara með, sem sagt, þegar ég búin að segja fá einn orð, þá tökum við svona opening comments frá ykkur. Og svo datt mér í huga það væri kannski bara sniðugt að bjóða upp á spurningar bara strax. Já, þú bara... So...
These are all. Oh, this is clear. These are the best. These are all. Perfect. Thank you. This is yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So I hope you can hear me. And Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting us to speak on the subject of culture and cultural relations between Iceland and India. I'm here in this role because I was ambassador of Iceland to India in the years 2021 to 24. And I certainly hope to visit India again, hopefully next winter, and have a direct flight from Iceland. Now, there are a couple of things that I would like to mention before I give the floor to the other panelists. And firstly, about a month ago, the Icelandic Minister for Culture, for Higher Education and Innovation visited India and signed a program of action, or we can also call it cultural exchange program, which is based on the old cultural agreement from 2005. This is a good step, and this program will be in action until 2030. It's a new program and has a lot of possibilities. And the second in this respect is also the free trade agreement, which has been mentioned frequently here this morning, which also has provides for cooperation not only in trade but also in culture, and especially in higher education, in university cooperation, as well as research and development. These two are important as a
as a kind of a basis for the future cooperation between countries in the field of culture. Now, I would especially like to welcome Joint Secretary Mona Lisa Dash, who has traveled from India yesterday, and for the first time. I hope you will have some chance to see the country and enjoy the culture.
Thank you.
Also, the two other panelists are more and better known here in Iceland. Almost they are establishment figures in their field. Chandrika Gunnarsson, who has been running a restaurant for many decades, and Einar Valur, who was a writer and kind of, you can call him a Renaissance man. He does everything. He is a writer and a photographer and a journalist, and he can speak more about his activities, his exciting activities, which I have also experienced. But shall we then begin with some opening statements from the three of you? And afterwards, I would like to open the floor right away for questions so that we can see if there is a mood for interactive conversation and activities. So, Madam Joint Secretary, please. The floor.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. First of all, before I start, I want to thank the organizers who gave me this opportunity to come and speak about the Ayush traditional medicine system that is prevailing in India, and go back, learning the culture of Iceland and understand what we can do collaboratively in the traditional medicine sector. I would like to show some of the beautiful pictures, if USA. Yeah, please. Yeah. So India is a diverse country, all of you know, but still I would like to say that there is an altitudinal variation up to 8,500 meters, and temperature also from minus to, it goes to 45 degree, and the biodiversity, there are 36 hotspot biodiversity zone in the entire world, and out of those we have 4 hotspot diversity zones. So it has 8% of the diversity of the entire world, whereas it constitutes only 2.4% of the geographic area. Next thing I would like to say that so these are the places. So you go to India, you can get to see the deserts, you can see the snow-peaked mountains, you see flatlands. We offer almost everything to the world. So we have community with almost all countries in the world. We have also a very rich wildlife and forest wealth in India. So as you see, there are almost 107 national parks and 500 plus sanctuaries in India. We have actually restricted certain zones for all these animals and plants. And now the yoga. Yoga is perhaps the biggest blessing or offer that can India give to the world. Yoga is a 3,500 years old system that is practiced in India, that has been practiced, and it teaches us the meditation and the breath control and heart, mind, and soul, how to balance it. And I think whatever we do and wherever we are, balancing is the most important thing. Your achievements, your success, your challenges, your stress, you need to have a very balanced life, and that yoga offers. So yoga has been already integrated in our health system in India, and yoga is also accepted worldwide by the United Nations in 2014. And since 2015, we have been celebrating International Day of Yoga on the 21st of June. And yoga has been practiced in more than 190 countries. So all the world following yoga, now they are leading a healthy and happy life. I will stop here, and then we will come to the next slide later. So I have come with a lot of offers to Iceland, and I want to also take back with some offers from Iceland so that we mutually grow towards achieving a happy and healthy life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chandrika, now it's your turn.
Okay. First of all, thank you for this platform. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my 30-plus experience in Iceland. A lot of what I have experienced, Bala has already spoken to you. I was welcomed with open arms when I came. Very few Indians, very few brown people. And it has been nothing but a really warm welcome from Iceland to me. I quickly learned that the way to the man's heart was through the stomach. So I decided to share a big part of my heritage, my homeland, and that was through food. I knew at that point that Icelanders were educated abroad. Invariably, they met Indian professors, students, friends, and they were exposed to it, but nevertheless, it was a very, very foreign food to them. But Icelanders, as they are, open-minded, curious, adventurous, accepted this, gave me a home, gave me a platform to share where I came from. I know it has already been expressed, immigration, issues with labor. And this is something I have experienced for 34 years, and I continue to experience this here in Iceland. Iceland, for some reason, finds it very difficult to translate, accept that they need to open up, be more open-minded, and not be afraid of the labor that can come in, because India has a lot to offer, and I feel Iceland can capitalize a lot on that. We talked about bureaucracy earlier. I can tell you from my experience, it has been easier in India than it has been in Iceland. And this is just me coming from the restaurant industry. So again, and I've had the privilege of being accepted. I know I have a lot of my stuff that comes from India. I know a lot of Indians here that are not as easily accepted. They suffer from a lot of loneliness that Payal has talked about. These are really serious issues. But I can also tell you, I can only speak from my experience, and I can also speak from the experience of people that I work with, that there is a welcoming side to Iceland. There is also a cold side to Iceland. And I have been on the fortunate side of it. But Icelanders have not realized it, but for the last almost 24 years, you have all contributed to what I have been giving back to India. That is a school that I started in India. And through my work here in Iceland, you have all contributed for me to have the school in India. And for that, I will always appreciate this. And I've never really spoken about it on an open platform. I believe charity is something that doesn't need to be showcased. But you have all participated, and you continue to participate. Companies that were speaking today have all been big supporters. And so majority of what I have experienced, what I want to say, has been discussed. And so I'm going to pass it on, and then we can come back to more details.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Chandrika. This was very interesting to hear what you said. So, Einar Valur.
Yeah, well, it's fascinating that we're here talking about connections of Iceland and India. If we just put it into perspective, that Indians add one Icelandic nation every 12 days. It's absolutely fascinating. And so we're talking about scales as different as can be. And we're talking about, of course, the youngest nation geographically on Earth, the smallest one in Europe, compared to one of the oldest just land masses on Earth with like one of the oldest civilizations we can find. And that's actually what has been the base of my interest in India. So for 30 years ago, I started going there as a photojournalist, as a photographer, and creating content for like Western media, traveling around, and I was fascinated by this country and its culture. And I really believe that culture is key in connecting nations and connecting people. And we talk, well, here we sit, we're representing very different sides of culture, definitely here. I'm kind of more towards what we can call the arts. And in the last few years, or almost a decade now, I've had a studio working in Varanasi. So I'm bringing every year. I've been bringing groups of Icelandic artists to come there and work at the same time when I'm working there, so for usually 1 or 2 months every year. So it has almost become like my second home there. I've also been guiding, like 30 years ago, 26 years ago, when Ólafur Ragnar, our president, went on a state visit, I was kind of in charge of this big group of Icelanders that traveled with the president over there and was guiding them around. And I've until now only been willing to guide fellow artists, but I'm actually starting next year to take bigger groups on culture visits, because again, I really believe that knowledge of culture and history is a key when we talk about connecting and understanding. And I enjoy helping with those things.
Thank you very much, Einar Valur. Are there any, at this point, are there any questions to the panelists at this point before we continue? If not, then we just continue. And back to you, Mona Lisa. And I must congratulate the authorities and the government of India of establishing a special ministry for all the subject that you are responsible for. Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Welfare, the welfare of body and soul, for yoga, for culture, for spiritual activities. This is, I believe, a unique thing in the world. And it was a very, shall we say, clever move of the government of India to push through the International Day of Yoga, which we all more in some way have been kind of aware of and a part of. And but tell me, how has the acceptance been? How, for example, can you, and probably you could also help out in this, since you are new in the country, the acceptance of these ideas, for example, in Iceland or in other countries in the West? Is everybody open to your good ideas?
Yes. I think the first question comes to anyone's mind when we are introduced to a new system. Does it work? Is it scientific basis is there? Is there any scientific basis against the claim? Is it evidence-based? Then I must say, Government of India is putting a lot of importance to this sector, and we have been into a lot of collaborations with international organizations to develop evidence that is claimed in the our authentic and our Vedas and our those documents, ancient documents. So a lot of researches are going on. We, in collaboration with WHO, we have also finalized the benchmark for the treatment in the traditional medicine sectors, especially in Ayurveda, Siddha, which are indigenous to India. So with those scientific evidences, I think it's not only Iceland, any other foreign country would definitely accept the traditional medicine system that India is offering to the world.
Yes. I believe that we are benefiting from your work and generally from activities of this sort that we have gotten to know in India. There are several studios here operating, at least in yoga. I don't know if there's an Ayurveda studio here, and the embassy, of course, has regular yoga sessions. I think I should encourage all of you to visit those sessions, rather early in the morning though, but very healthy. Now, it is unique, I believe, and we should appreciate this. Now, Chandrika, 30 years, you say?
30 plus.
30 plus. And you have a key concept there that the way to the heart is through the stomach. I use this sometimes myself quite often. So what is the key to the success of your operation? Because it's for those who are not familiar with it, this is a restaurant, one of the oldest restaurants in Reykjavík, and a restaurant that has kept up the quality standards throughout the years.
Firstly, I think it's the open-mindedness of the Icelanders. I think, yes, I mean, 34 years ago is a long time, and a 34-year-old restaurant, 32-year-old restaurant anywhere in the world is an old restaurant, because it's a very difficult industry. We have our own challenges, I mean, but it took me 16 months to convince somebody that we needed an Indian chef. And that was 32 years ago, and I still spend the same amount of time trying to convince them why I need to keep them. And so these are, I mean, food is a big part of any culture. And food in India is, it goes to the core of who we are. Ayurveda, I mean, it's also interlinked. So I think it is the persistence. I think it's the consistency. It's the support from the local community. I mean, when you step out, I also have the other brand, Retd. So it's a total of 5 establishments. But today, you know, we are in the grocery stores. We work with Icelandair. We work with the hospitals. And I think that you know that you've done something right when an Icelandic family, we're going into the 3rd generation, 2nd generation of Icelandic guests. And I think you know you've gone somewhere when they choose you for their anniversaries, for their confirmation, for their baptism. Then you know you've become part of the Icelandic society. So it has not been easy. It continues to be a challenge, like most businesses are. But I think at the end of the day, Icelanders, like other people in the world, they're not stupid. They understand consistency, quality, and they understand that when you step off the streets of Hverfisgata and go into Austria, you're actually going into a piece of Indian history. It's everything from dynasties to deities. You know, we have the influences of the British, the Chinese, the Persians, the French. Everything is rolled in one. And Indian food is just, India has accepted things. India is very adaptable that way. We've taken cuisines from all these people in our history and made it an Indian cuisine. And I think Icelanders also are very resourceful in that. They're also very adaptive, and they recognize, and there is support. Icelanders are very loyal. They are very patriotic, like Indians are. And I think today it's become such a part of the Icelandic cuisine fabric. I get a lot of support from the community. I have taken hits with the society. When prices have gone up, I've realized, okay, I can't take my prices up. I have to support the community. I've been very much a part of what has happened in Iceland. And I think that's the support, it's the goodwill.
Yes, I certainly am aware of that, and most of us here. Einar Valur, you have been bringing quite many Icelanders to India. A lot of artists, and I remember during my days in India, I hosted groups that you were overseeing both in Delhi and in Varanasi. So bringing people to India is a very good idea. It can be a very promising business for those who are in the tourism industry. But cultural cooperation is two-way street. And I know that you have a plan to bring an exhibition to Iceland. Can you tell us something about that?
Well, it's a long project actually. It started, before the pandemic. Then, the two governments were going to kind of swap artist projects, but then the pandemic hit, but I had planned so much with a group of artists here, so we went to India and we created an exhibition that was here in Iceland last year. But there are discussions about Indian. Now we talk about visual arts coming up here as well. So there are certainly some things brewing, and I think it's very important when we talk about establishing business relationship and contacts, that we talk about the soft power that culture is, because it can be the foundation, because it develops understanding about cultures, and they're kind of the arts and food and of course and yoga and Ayurvedic. It's all important, so to understand the cultures. Again, we are from this very homogenic young culture here, but like when you travel around India, just tasting different food, you're talking about nations, there are 22 official languages there, and they're just all this, you go from one part of India to other, and the food changes completely. And it's the same about the culture, but it's fascinating to try to make people here understand it, and it's fascinating to be kind of handing people keys to understanding such a fascinating culture. That's what we're talking about. Just Indian literature, for instance, it's like, there are so many possible openings in like bringing culture both directions, I believe.
Absolutely. Now, perhaps I hope that what they have said will encourage some questions. And so, is there anybody on the way to India? Well, this lady over here, can you have a microphone? Please. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I wasn't prepared for this. My name is Björg Árnadóttir, and I run a little one-woman school called Stílvopnið. I teach people how to write, and I'm going for the third time to Secret Garden, Kochi, Kerala, to give a writing workshop to Icelandic people in the autumn. But it's a bit difficult because I find people are hesitating. So they are telling me that they want to go, but they are not, because of the situation in the world. But they are not signing up in the same scale as before. But I'm sure I will go.
Great. You're very courageous to travel in these times, and I'm aware of the Secret Garden and been to Kerala. Any other questions? Yes.
To the Minister of Health, or what? Were you Ayush? Sorry. Are you exporting yoga teachers and breathing teachers and this kind of people from India, or how are you working? Basically, you said you were connecting to international organizations. Are you going through the yoga teacher in the embassy is probably from you?
I think.
How are you marketing yourself?
Yeah. There are many initiatives. Like as in our embassy itself, I think one yoga teacher is deputed from Government of India side to promote yoga. Actually, that is not yoga, that is yoga. The original pronunciation is yoga. So I have the habit of calling it yoga, so please bear with me. So that is one way. MEA is having that initiative. But from Ministry of Ayush side, we are having collaborations with different countries so that we can establish Ayush chair also, where a yoga expert can go and can be posted there, and his all salary and everything will be taken care by Government of India, Ministry of Ayush, and only hospitality from the concerned country will be extended. That is one, so that they can guide the institute or government if they express their interest, what original authentic yoga is, and how, if at all government wants to include yoga in their medicine system, like a person is undergoing treatment, is having some ailments, in the as a preventive measure or as a recovery method, they can use yoga. So how that can be used for which all issues, health issues, that they can guide. So that is one initiative that we are taking. But for the mass mobilization, there we always believed that the people should be they should find their job by themselves, but we should facilitate it. And towards that, as I always say, the quality always matters. Whom I am hiring as a yoga teacher, the person, does he really know? Like someone says, Mr. X is a yoga teacher. So I don't know whether he knows how to reduce blood pressure, or he is just a basic yoga teacher or a therapeutic yoga teacher. So Government of India has constituted a yoga certification board under Ministry of Ayush, which certifies the yoga professionals. They may be trained in different institutes across the globe, but whether they are eligible to conduct those courses or not, we have that mechanism in place. So the person, when he clears the exam of that, then the person can practice yoga throughout, across all the nations as per the Government of India's yoga standards. So that is there. Second thing, normal daily yoga, asanas, those postures and all that we do, for that also different level of things are there. So if any institute based over here in Iceland, and I am told a lot of institutes are active and there are a lot of studios, they are doing really great in the yoga sector. So if they want, they can go to the YCB, Yoga Certification Board site, and can register themselves, so that we can offer them a certificate. It's not only for the people, also for the institute who are offering courses to the people. That's how we are creating a yoga expert base across all nations, so that people get authentic yoga offered by Government of India.
Thank you very much. This is very important. I believe that our time has come to an end. There was a quick question there. Can we take one more? But I think...
Hi, my name is Steve. I'm originally from India, from Bombay, and I came to Iceland. It was meant to be 2 months. It's 6 years now, the classical story. It's more of a statement as opposed to a question. I've got almost 2 decades of luxury hospitality experience from Europe, Middle East, Asia, Africa. And I've worked in Iceland as well. I know there's a lot of business talk and trade and things like that, but when you want to focus or when you want to capture the culture of a place, number one, it's important to have the actual people who facilitate. While the talks were going on, I Googled Ayurveda in Iceland. All the therapists, I think there were 8 of them, none of them from India. So knowing the context and the depth in Ayurveda is far deeper than what people would get from a small course. Yoga is far deeper than anything else. My proposal or my thought would be, if Iceland was to invest in a hospitality center or a cultural center, which is not a big investment, having that would be the first step. And once you have the platform, once you have the environment, then you can get in the experts, and from there it will only move forward. And there's no need to prove that yoga and things like that is getting popular. The whole of the West is going towards that path. So
Thank you very much. This is very important for us to hear.
Yeah.
But I think our time is definitely out.
Oh.
So I'm having very many quick glances here from the front bench. And, but I think, thank you very much, panelists.
Thank you.
It was a great pleasure. And the audience.
I do apologize for the eyes I was giving you there, Gunni. Thank you very much for the panel. I'm actually here to introduce the last speaker offering closing remarks, but I'd also like to use the opportunity and thank the Embassy of India for this collaboration, for our guests coming, some of them all the way from India, to attend here today, to all that listened online as well, to all of you that came here and participated in our panel and participated as an audience. This was extremely good. I really hope that we can continue the conversation on improving India-Iceland relations. They certainly are good, but there's always room for improvement in everything. And with those words, it's my privilege and honor to introduce to you the Rector of the University of Iceland, Silja Bára Ómarsdóttir.
Thank you, Pia, Excellency. Dear guests in the room and online, I'd like to reiterate Pia's thanks for the collaboration in organizing this event. And just as a conclusion, I also want to thank the Institute for International Affairs for bringing us here and for their work that continues to build Iceland's international collaboration with an academic foundation. And it's just so important for us in these challenging times in the world to be here to work together and speak about the importance of collaboration. I wasn't able to be here this morning, but I hope that you've had a fruitful discussion and that this will continue to build a foundation for a growing and stronger relationship between Iceland and India. As I think Einar Valur mentioned in the last panel, this of course is not a relationship between two countries of equal size, but I think each brings a touch that the other does not have. So from what I understand, we've heard this morning that the cooperation between these two countries and cooperation in general is not just an option, it's something that we need. Our current times are defined by technological transformation, by geopolitical uncertainty, and global interdependence, which means that no country can go alone, move forward alone. So therefore, we have to find shared values and priorities between countries that are as different as Iceland and India are. But what we share is a profile of innovation and open trade, preconditions for a thriving economy, and we share not just economic interests, but also knowledge that allows different perspectives to meet, and building trust across borders. And of course, India being the most populous democracy in the world, it's important that we continue to build peaceful and democratic societies that help move us towards the shared goal. In this, of course, I want to emphasize the importance of research. We have many research opportunities between Iceland and India. The carb fix, for example, the pumping of CO2 into basalt, where I think no country has as much basalt as India does, offers an opportunity for scaling up Icelandic innovation and research in ways that I think, at a scale that I think we could probably not imagine. And this, of course, helps us to remember that bringing together different perspectives helps us shape solutions where science and concrete evidence remain at the center of how we address global challenges. So it's important that we work together in academia, in the private sector, and in government, and I think that was one of the what we are able to bring out at this event, that this is not something that we do in isolation. We can expand knowledge, but also improve and inform policy to drive meaningful innovation. And I think this is something that, we at universities, we are special in this regard. We have a special responsibility. We're not just centers for research and technological development, but also places where we train future leaders to think beyond national boundaries and to gain a deeper understanding of international relations. And the relationship between Iceland and India is a compelling example of what is possible. The differences are many in size, geography, history, but we share a commitment to knowledge, to sustainability, and to progress. And this partnership is also reflected in the expanding diaspora, Indian diaspora in Iceland, that brings a high level of competence, knowledge, and skills that enrich our academic and professional communities. And the spot where we are, of course, with the huge Indian group of people that are working here on campus, it's important for us to remember that. We also want to continue to create opportunities for this talent and to create opportunities for the children of this group of people to flourish here in Iceland, to build their lives, where they are able to fully enjoy their education, where they're able to contribute to innovation and strengthening the future ties between our countries. So partnerships like these help us to provide stability and create opportunities. I hope that continues, and that we are able to build on this open connection and our shared ambition. So thank you for being here today and for your contributions, all speakers, and I look forward to hearing more about this collaboration. Thank you.